Hi, everybody, and welcome. My name is Daniel Gormally, and welcome to the official ECF broadcast on YouTube of the 2025 British Chess Championships in Liverpool, historic city of Liverpool. And I'm very lucky to be joined by my fellow co-host, who is Nicholas Pert, also a former British champion. I believe you won the British Championship 2021. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, main highlight of my chess career is commentating alongside you, Danny. But behind that, I did manage to win this tournament once before. And I think we're quite lucky because it's actually being hosted in a fantastic venue. I don't know if you recall playing here. I think it was, how long ago was it now? 17 years ago when it was last played in Liverpool.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy actually. Yeah, 2008 when it was a city of culture and very typical British Championships for me. I started well and then drew every game the second week. But we're not going to focus on us. We're going to focus on other people. So very interesting pairing on board one, Nick, between Gawain Jones and one of the rising stars of British chess in Bodhana Sivanandan, who's possibly the most promising female junior player to appear since Judith Polgar, and certainly one of the best prospects we've got. So I noticed actually, Nick, when Gawain sat down at the board today, he had a few grey hairs, and I wonder if they suddenly appeared once he saw that pairing.
I mean, it's a fantastic pairing. So, Gawain Jones, obviously the defending champion, one of the strongest British chess players ever, against Botana, who is the highest rated under 10 girl in the world. So that's quite incredible. I think she probably will become stronger than Judith Polgar when she's older. So, an amazing talent. She had a fantastic result recently where she achieved a women's Grandmaster norm, and she's been playing, brilliantly for her age, and this is a really exciting opportunity for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's actually, Nick, it's a little bit like the old Charles Dickens book, Christmas Carol, where you've got Ebenezer Scrooge gets visited by the ghost of Christmas past, the ghost of Christmas future, and the ghost of Christmas present. And you've almost got the ghost of English chess present against the ghost of English chess future, because you've also got on board too, I believe it is, Vita Yugov.
So it looks like they're about to play the first move. The mayor, who I believe is called Steve Rotherham, is giving a speech, and he'll be making the first move for Gawain Jones against Bodhana. So we can see them on the screen now. In the near side of the picture, we've actually got another fantastic matchup. It's almost like these pairings were fixed. You've got the most talented junior players, like you mentioned, and it's funny how you're talking about ghosts because there is a rumor that this is actually a haunted hall. So maybe there are some ghosts around, and I think it actually used to even be a court of justice. So there are actually some prison cells here as well. Um, yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I heard, yeah, you told me that earlier. That's quite interesting. So I don't really believe in ghosts, but it sounds like actually that's one of the great sayings in chess, isn't it? Don't believe in ghosts. So
It's true actually because sometimes you can see ideas that your opponents or you think your opponents have and they don't actually have them. But we can see Nikita Vityugov as well, and he's an incredibly strong player. He's the top seed. And do you want to talk a bit about his opponent? Because I mean, have you played against Supertit before?
uh, I have actually. I played the first time I played against Supratit Banerjee, who's a very promising player, was in Hastings about 2 or 3 years ago, and he was 9 at the time. So he's probably about 11 now. And he was he beat me, and I thought this is crazy. I'll never lose to 9-year-olds, and I felt really awful. I actually lost to Freddie Gordon in the final round as well. There's another very promising junior who's playing this event. And at that time, they were compatriots because Supertit switched from Scotland to England's Chess Federation. But he's somebody who's very, very good at blitz.
I think we are getting ready to play the first move on the.
So what's the problem?
We're getting ready to look
Oh,
at
okay.
the
Right.
first move of Gawain Jones. Just out of interest, what do you think Gawain's opening strategy is going to be? Because Botana, she actually has quite classical openings. I think she plays the Petrov against e4, and against d4 she plays semi-Slav. So quite solid openings, and she obviously knows them very well. Gawain obviously has a huge range of options. He could play pretty much any first move, and maybe he might be looking for some sort of sideline. Just he probably would have done a study, the night before. Maybe I think he used to get some help from Richard Palliser, preparing for his opponents. I'm not sure if he still is doing that, but often the coach would then be preparing late into the evening, and you'd wake up in the morning with your ideas. I actually think that the opening is quite a precarious time for both of these young players on the top two boards, because their opponents are incredibly well prepared. They've got a huge range of options. Botana probably going to just stick to what she knows, but she's going to have to be on red alert at the beginning of the game, because Gawain's certainly going to come with some kind of tricky idea ready for her.
I think she plays a Kara Khan, doesn't she, Nick?
Oh, I thought she was playing e5. I thought I saw her play Petros recently.
No,
But
you're
if
right.
she has got a second opening, I mean, now would actually be quite a good time to play it, because you're against a very strong player. But you don't really know what they're going to play against you. And I found this very difficult when you're playing black against the top players. They're quite hard to predict, but you know that whatever they play, they're going to understand it very deeply. So you have to be very careful how you approach the game. And I think it is quite a perilous moment, the opening for both Botana and Supratit, and certainly the sort of more established grandmasters will be looking to maybe exploit their slightly smaller opening repertoires.
Well, you're right, Nick, but to be honest with you, they're just better players, full stop. I mean, we've made this point before that, there's three players in this tournament who are outstanding in terms of rating, which is, Michael Adams, who's won the British Championship 8 times. You've got Gawain Jones, who's reigning champion, and you've got Nikita Vitiugov. Sure about the pronunciation of his surname, but he is a very formidable operator as well. He's former Russian champion. He's been over 2,700 recently. Dropped below that now, but he's still playing very well. So you've got those three players who are outstanding. I was actually looking at some of the heads-up records that these players had against their other rivals in the tournament, before the tournament, and they've got overwhelming plus scores. So they're just stronger players, full stop. It's not just about the opening, but, you're absolutely right about the opening, that they got more experience. Someone like Gawain's got a lot more experience.
Is he going for e4? It looks like he's going for e4. So we'll find out if she plays the Petrov or the Karakhan. I think it might be the Petrov, but we'll see.
I mean, are you a fan of these opening ceremonies, Nick, or am I starting to get a bit controversial with these?
I think it's quite important. I mean, there's been a lot of sponsorship. Liverpool City Council have, provided this venue. They've been, I think, Liverpool Culture, Liverpool Bid Company have also invested a lot. So it's nice for the sponsors to be recognised. I think it is important that chess players do appreciate that.
That's two sitting on
people
the
are
fence,
putting-
mate. Two sitting on the fence.
I'm not sure it's sitting on the fence. I think I'm just taking the opposite view to you. I think it's
Yeah,
quite
that
important.
sounds better.
I think it's quite important to recognise the people who have sponsored these events, and it's fantastic because it's such a strong field of so many talented players, and it's a real delight to be able to watch them all and just see the up and coming players. And I think this is actually a very exciting time for English chess, because we have got these incredible talents like Botana and Supratit, and we get to see them competing against the country's top players.
Yeah, I wrote a blog recently. I said, actually, one of the problems, why England, had this period of producing great players with Michael Adams and obviously, I think this came really after the Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky match, when, chess had this huge growth. A little bit like what happened recently with the pandemic, ironically enough. And a lot of English grandmasters started breaking through. People like Tony Miles, John Spielman, Nigel Schultz, obviously Michael Adams. And then later on, you had people like David Howe and obviously Luke McShane, Gawain Jones, and so on. But then we went through a period where we weren't really producing any new players. And I said in this post, I actually said, look, the danger with England's senior teams is that we're in danger of becoming like a dad's army, because our teams are like, actually our average age of our our senior team, actually the top 10 in England on chess, has a higher average age than almost any country in chess, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So we've gone through this period where we haven't produced any new players, and I think the reason we entered that period is because I think the success we had made us complacent. I think we just thought that we would just carry on producing these kind of players who were essentially self-driven. People like Michael Adams were essentially, they didn't really have a huge amount of coaching like you'd have in the Soviet Union and so on.
I mean, I think it's also slightly down to the sponsorship, because I actually won the World Under-18 Championship myself, and we had quite a strong age group, and there wasn't a huge amount of sponsorship at that stage. But now I think these top juniors are getting sponsorship. So the likes of Botana and Supertit, I think they have multiple coaches and a lot more opportunities, and it's really fantastic for English chess and British chess that we have got these players. Regarding the sort of board 2 clash, I think Supertit, he tends to play slightly more offbeat openings. When I had a quick look, he plays openings like the French, the King's Indian. I mean, if you were Vichugov, what would your approach be on board 2? Would you consider playing main lines against him and just hoping to out-theory him, or would you try and look for some kind of sideline?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say, Nick, I think Bodhana and Supertit are quite different styles. I think Supertit is a little bit more tactical. Like, I've played him at Blitz. His mind thinks very quickly. You know, he will literally play a move before you've almost finished playing your move. Like, he's very sharp tactically. Bodhana is a bit more positional.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Supertit seems to look for more fighting chess. I mean, he plays these slightly riskier openings. And probably Nikita, I would imagine he would just take him on one of the main lines. I mean, he knows the French well, he knows the King's Indian well. With Gawain up against Botana, I think it's more likely to be a sideline. He'll try and find some tricky sideline to play against her, try and look for an opening which maybe she doesn't, or a variation within the opening which she doesn't know quite so well, and just try to catch her out. I mean, how have you found playing against these top players with black? I've found it can be quite tricky because they often come with new ideas, and you can spend hours preparing for them and end up with something different on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, part of the skill about being a chess player now is the preparation element, and you know, you have to consider people's online repertoire as well, which is another issue. You know,
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point, because a lot of people, they don't hide their online usernames, so you can find out all about their openings from their online username handles. Actually, I've just seen that the games have started. So Nikita, I think, started with 1d4. We're actually looking at the board 3 clash now. Michael Adams there playing black. He probably just looked for a solid opening, e4, e5. I mean, he knows that inside out, and he'll just try and get a position from which he can outplay his opponent. So definitely no surprises with that opening. It looked like Nikita went for d4. I didn't see what Gawain played on board 1.
Have we got any moves yet? We've not got any moves. How do we go back to the games? Let's go back to the games and then try and find the board 2 clash. There's no moves on that game either.
Try refresh.
Sorry?
Try refresh.
Try refreshing, yeah.
So it looks as though Gawain is
we
aiming for some kind of Scotch game. Yeah, so Nikita, as I expected, he looks like he's going for the main line against Supertit's King's Indian. And I definitely expected that, because when you're playing someone who plays these slightly risky openings, if you're really booked up like Nikita is, then you can just go for the main line and just try and put them under maximum pressure. And with Gawain, he's probably aiming for Scotch, which he used to play a lot in his junior days. He's played it with a slightly funny move order, hasn't he? He's played 2d4. I'm not sure if there's any big advantage playing 2d4 and then after takes, then knight f3, compared to playing knight f. Oh, of course he's trying to avoid. Oh, he's trying to avoid the Petrov. He's trying to move order her actually out of her Petrov, isn't he?
Well, can't you go knight f6 here anyway?
But then maybe there's some. Is there some e5 idea? So he's actually trying to move order her into a Scotch. He's gone for the Scotch Gambit. Scotch Gambit. I think he actually won a game against Wesley So in the Scotch Gambit before. But she might not be that comfortable here, although this is actually regarded as completely fine for for black. You can play knight f6 or bishop c5. Both lines are fine, but if she doesn't know what she's doing, then it will be quite treacherous for her. I think knight f6 is quite a good move here.
It's a lot of pressure, isn't it? Because you're sitting there. There's a lot of people in in the auditorium watching your game. I mean, she's under a lot. He's used to this situation, but she's not used to this amount of pressure.
I mean, he's tried to move order her with his opening moves, playing 2d4. He's trying to catch her out, and this is actually really what we expected him, just trying to do something a little bit tricky, not playing down the main line. And she obviously is a very strong player, but a bit of a younger player, so she probably doesn't have the same breadth of knowledge.
Yeah,
So a knight f6, the idea is if white plays e5, you can play d5. That's one of the main ideas in the opening. I don't know if you've got the up-to-date position on the computer. Bishop c5 is also possible. So this is quite a junior trap. After bishop c5, if white plays... So if black plays bishop c5 here...
So she's gone knight c6.
He's tried to move order with his 2d4. It's quite clever. So if black plays bishop c5 here, this is a trap. I'll show you the trap. A lot of juniors fall for this.
Move the
Can you move the
weird.
can you just move the pieces on the board? If black plays bishop c5 here, then white can play the move pawn c3.
Ah, right.
And this is a well-known trap. If black takes on c3, which is a blunder, then white will play this move bishop takes f7 check. And after king takes f7, queen d5 with a very strong position for white. So black has to really watch out for that idea. She's played d6, which is a very unusual move. I think...
Played it quite quickly, actually.
Yeah, d6, very unusual move. I'm pretty sure that knight f6, bishop c5 is also fine. After bishop c5, if you play bishop c5, we'll just quickly show you some of the theories. c3, then you can play knight f6. That's one idea. In this position, that's fine for black. And you're often meeting e5 with d5 is one of the key ideas.
That's transposed into another line, isn't
Yeah,
it?
if they take, then you play bishop b4 check. And then they've got an option. Knight c3 is the most aggressive line here. And black can play knight takes e4. Yeah, knight d2 is possible. Bishop d2 is also possible. I think I played bishop d2 against Michael Adams once. Yeah, knight takes e4, castle. And black has to play bishop takes c3 here.
Isn't there some line with d5?
Yeah, d5 and then bishop f6. It's quite complicated, but it's actually completely fine for black. But if you don't know it, it's dangerous.
How come you know so much fear on this line? Because you don't really play e4, e5.
It's because I teach lots of juniors, so
right.
they all need to know all this e4, e5 opening traps.
Right, I get it.
So it's quite useful. But anyway, instead of bishop c5, black played d6, which I haven't really seen before. It looks as though it's a slightly
quite passive.
Yeah, quite a passive move. You're not getting the bishop out. I mean, the good thing about it is it seems to have thrown.
They both got the same
away.
pose there. They both got the same pose, so
But I think she's quite a fast player in general, isn't she, Bodhana? So she plays quite quickly.
he's regained the ball.
Yeah, he's taken the pawn back, and I mean, I feel like White's slightly better in this position, and just hoping to get a bit more control. Black will have to try and make sure she gets the pieces developed to get castle quickly. If she manages to achieve that, then it's probably not too bad for black.
I've just seen a line, Nick. Knight f6, knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5, d takes e5, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, queen takes d8, bishop b4 check, queen d2.
Yeah, regaining the queen. Yeah.
Hang on, isn't that good for white? Isn't he a piece up at the end of that?
Well, you've sacrificed the piece in the first place, so you just
No, it's equal pieces.
Yeah.
Equal pieces.
But, I mean, do you want to put that line on the board then, just to show? So if knight f6, yeah, knight takes c6,
Quite forcey.
takes e5. So you don't have to take the e pawn. You could play some other move here.
Queen e7.
But if you do take on e5, bishop f7.
Of course, again, you could ignore the bishop and go king e7, pretty much forcing an endgame. Yeah, very typical trick that the bishop comes out, so it looks winning for white, but then you have this bishop check. Pretty much, well, you could go bishop d2, I guess.
Yeah, bishop d2 is also possible.
And then this position looks roughly equal, actually.
Yeah, maybe sort of very small edge to white with the pawn structure. Yeah.
But I don't think that variation is going to appear on the board, so completely irrelevant.
She might look at it and be a little bit nervous and consider starting with bishop e7.
I don't think Bodhana gets nervous.
Did she take on D4 already? I mean, that's usually not a good idea, actually.
No, I agree with you.
I mean, I feel like she's maybe not had the best start to this game because she's playing the moves quite fast, and then they're making small concessions at each stage. But she wants to probably play this knight f6 move without anything too bad happening. She's just trying to get castled now, just trying to get into the game. I mean, certainly from Gwen's point of view, you're looking to get maximum pressure here.
Because normally you don't want to bring the queen into the centre when you can't challenge it immediately. Because I think that's a typical idea that you could maybe. I mean, I was wondering whether even knight e7 might be possible. The idea of knight c6.
It's all very slow, isn't
Very
it?
slow. I think she's got knight f6.
I think Gwaine will be thinking about trying to get castle queenside here. I imagine he'll play knight c3, develop the bishop and castle queenside, and try to get a quick e5 in. I mean, if he can get everything in very quickly, Botana could be in a lot of trouble. So she needs to be extremely careful here. I mean, she needs to get a king castled very quickly, and just try and just get into the game now. I mean, certainly when you get this kind of situation with white, you're looking to be extremely precise because one, slightly slack move and black can equalize. So you can't afford to waste any time. But yeah, he's probably analyzing e5, isn't he? He's probably looking at this e5 pawn takes bishop f7 idea. I'm not sure whether it's going to do anything, but if he doesn't come to anything with that, then I imagine he'll play knight c3.
I mean, also I feel like queen e7's got more oomph now because you are going to win a pawn with tempo.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, White could defend the pawn, but he probably will come to the conclusion that e5 doesn't quite work.
So when you play that move, obviously, just for the viewers at home, if we have got any viewers, of course, hopefully we have. Be a bit worried if we don't. But you're hitting the. It's nice to see some people in the commentary room as well, by the way. So we do have a commentary room here as well. Hopefully, maybe some players will come in later.
I thought they'd put you in one of the prison cells, Danny.
Yeah. I have been in prison, actually. I was.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not go into that now. It was only for one night, so that's okay. Yeah, I feel like I don't mind actually what he's doing because what he's doing is essentially saying, look, yeah, okay, you've got your space advantage, but my position is so sound, and I actually find it quite annoying when I'm playing white against this kind of approach.
I think she's got to be very careful because, I mean, Gawaine's looking at casting queenside. Maybe he's also might be looking at f4, e5 idea later on. I mean, he needs to develop his pieces quickly. I mean, knight c3 is definitely the default move if e5 doesn't work. And then he probably wants to develop the bishop. So bishop e7 from black. Yeah. Black has to castle
So where
really quickly.
Where do you put the? So you were saying that you wanted a castle queenside, Nick. Well, where do you put the bishop specifically?
I mean,
put it on e3 or f4.
You normally want to put it on g5, but you have to be careful of tricks, or you have to watch out for knight e4 tricks.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I don't think they're on now. So I mean, if you can get away with it, I'd like to play bishop g5.
Right, you want to go bishop?
We'll try it. Black will castle.
Oh, maybe I'll flick this in first, right?
Okay, then bishop h4.
So knight e4 currently doesn't work for a few reasons.
Yeah.
Because queen e4, for example, and not just to show that. Probably other moves like bishop e7 are also good, but queen e4, maybe queen g7 or even queen takes e4, and there's a pick.
Many problems. So I think black definitely has to castle, and then after black castles, I would like to castle queenside if we can.
And could I?
So there's still no knight e4 trick at the moment. We can simply play bishop e7. So black would have to think of some sort of developing move. But white is certainly looking to play the move pawn e5 now with the rook on d1.
Ominous.
You have to be very careful of this e5 break. I mean, would black consider bishop e6 here, do you think? Can you get away with that move?
There's a few counter moves. Bishop e6 to c5 to c6. There's knight g4.
Yeah, I mean, c5 looks quite committal, doesn't it? c6 might be possible. You have to, be willing to sacrifice a pawn.
I mean, c6. I mean, I would love after c6 for you to take and go queen d. I actually love this for black. Because I think queen a5 or maybe even take and claim the bishop. Well, I think take your worst, but queen a5 feels quite good, right?
I mean, the dark square bishop is quite strong here. As long as white can't play e5, then you've got lots of conversation. The white would love to play f4, e5 here and shut that bishop out.
Yeah, but f4 I can directly take on c3, for
Yeah,
example.
you can't play it now, exactly. So I don't think Gawain would be that happy with this position. I don't think he would take on f6. I mean, the other option for him is not to put the bishop on g5 and maybe to put the bishop on f4 instead.
Is that a move?
I mean,
E5
e5 is always the key move to watch out for. Yeah, e5 is the
that
key break.
feels a bit scary because where do I go with the queen? Like if I take and then queen takes, I can't put the queen on the square where I'm defending the bishop.
Yeah, actually, this is the kind of situation you have to be afraid of as black.
Could I get away with that, or is it just too ugly?
It feels horrible, doesn't it? It feels like under so much pressure now.
Knight e4 maybe is one option.
Also, I mean, normally you would play rook e1. I guess black
e1 also. Yeah.
black could consider rook
e8.
rook e8 potentially. Yeah, it feels very scary for black. You might be able to get away with it, but I wouldn't be too happy.
Yeah.
I think Gawain, has he played knight c3 in the game? Looks like he's played knight c3, so he might be aiming for this. I mean, Botana will surely play bishop e7, which I think she has played bishop e7, has she?
Yeah, he's put a bishop on f4.
Oh, he
You
went to bishop
mentioned
f4.
this. Yeah, that looks more natural to me than bishop g5, I'll be honest, because I feel like with bishop g5, you're giving black options.
Yeah, so he's probably still looking for this e5 break, but I think he's going to try and castle queenside just to save a tempo.
Yeah.
And then he's going to just break through in the centre and hope to cause her trouble. So she has to be very careful. I mean, I guess immediately you feel as though you should probably just castle straight away.
You know, one thing that I would say is whenever you castle queenside, oh, sorry, is it white's move here?
I think it's black's move.
But why can't I put that move in as a potential move? It won't let me. That's weird. But anyway, let's imagine you castled and white castled. Computers hate casting queenside, I notice, because they just feel like it just gives black a lot of counterplay.
It does give black counterplay, but it's all about speed, isn't it? Speed of attack. You want to make every move count. And yeah, this is probably, I think, a bit of an opening success for Gawain, I'd say. He probably wants to have a position like this where he's outside of the main theory. He's got a slight advantage, and he's got his opponent.
Just out of interest, let's say a castle, new castle. What about knight g4 as a move? Is that just running into knight d5?
Yeah, I imagine white would play knight d5.
And then if I just went, say, bishop f6?
And you're just trying to get a slightly worse.
Oh, you
middle
can
game
trade
view.
and then you can exchange. Well, so, yeah, bishop f6 you can take on f6, queen f6, queen f6.
Are you able to put those moves on the board?
Probably.
So I think, well, castles from
The
black.
magic of technology.
Try castles from black.
It won't let me.
It's not letting you play the move.
That's
Okay.
weird. Maybe it's. Oh, hang on. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I just clicked on analysis. Came up with a computer evaluation. Oh, it is white's move.
So castle.
No, it's not white's move. What's going on? Confused. What's happening here?
That's the technology letting us down. Yeah, so I think black's going to surely castle now. Black can't really castle queenside. I'm trying to think what other moves she could be considering.
By the way, our good friend Simon Williams. So we have a look at some of the other games because apparently Simon Williams has played b3 on move 1.
Okay, sure.
So should we have a look at Simon's game quickly? We can come back to some of the other games, discuss. Simon is a player who has got a lot of fans. I did a simul with Simon, outdoor simul in the Williamson Square in Liverpool yesterday. That was a lot of fun. It was really fun to meet some people you generally wouldn't get playing chess. Malcolm Payne was also involved as well, but again, we can't seem to move the pieces, which is slightly worrying.
No, it's really good to promote chess to the wider community as well. So I've noticed there's a few chess sets outside and trying to bring the general public in. It's quite nice just to involve the whole city and not just the chess players. Regarding Simon's game, it looks like he's playing a black opening, really. He's almost trying to play his classical Dutch, although he's fianchetted on the queen side against his opponent. So he must have started 1 e3, not 1 d3. and he was probably just trying to play.
Well, somebody said he played 1B3.
Oh, 1B3, sorry, I thought you said 1D3. Yeah, 1B3, and just trying to get it into sort of familiar territory and extra tempo. I mean, Bishop B5 check's an interesting move. He often would put his Bishop on E2 in his classical Dutch
It feels
ideas.
a bit insipid to me, because what happens if Black just goes Bishop D7? What's his general? I guess he just wants to take and then just have quick development.
One of the attacking plans you can go for with white is to castle, where both players are castled, is to play maybe D3 and knight D2, but to put your F3 knight onto E5 and go for a rook lift, rook F3, and try and get a kingside attack. And that's very much his style. I don't know.
But
Can we
yeah.
put moves on the board? So if Black plays Bishop D7, for example, or we're not able to move the pieces,
We have to use our brains. That's far harder.
if Black, so we can
Oh
make a
no,
move.
you can.
So let's just say, for example, we had. I mean, okay, Black would take with the queen, maybe, or the knight. I'm not sure.
I would probably take with a knight, just
Okay,
so
take
you
with
don't
a
get
knight.
tempoed.
So one idea he could go for, knowing Simon's style, well, he might like play these moves, but he quite often would put the knight into E5 and try and go for a rook lift. I mean, I've seen him play.
Caveman style.
I've seen him play this kind of way before. He likes attacking, and that is a way to try to create quite a quick kingside attack. So this could be his game plan. He probably just thinks the light square bishop just gets in his way, so he's trying to get the bishop out of the
But
way.
surely you want the bishop on D3, so later on you got like bishop takes H7 ideas, or is that?
I mean, with the bishop on D3, the problem is what you do with your knight on B1. You're going to bring that knight to C3 and block out your dark square bishop, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's quite a fluent attack. I think we should have a look at some of the other top boards actually.
Yeah, should we have a look at board 2? Have a look at
Absolutely,
Super Tit.
yeah.
So he has gone for kind of mainline King's Indian, although Black's played C5 quite early in that game, which is slightly unusual. There's quite you can play this C5 and after D5 play E6, but it looks like he's played with C5 and then E5 in his game. So just trying to block up the center. I don't know if this
Yeah,
is a
I actually
well-known
play
idea.
this line. After E6, a good move is H3. And funny enough, I had a game against the guy who's helping us, David Lightfoot, in a simul. And he played this delayed Benoni. And the idea is you put the knight here and you don't take on D5 too early. But
Okay.
that's a different ballgame. But he's got, yeah, Super Tit has gone E5, which is an interesting, should I say, choice, because you're closing the game. And I don't think White is necessarily going to play en passant.
I don't think he will take that board. No, I would be quite surprised if he played that because the black knight can come out to C6 quite easily after you take back,
Potentially.
and black will have reasonable control of the center. But then, black's long-term plan is often to play with F5 in this kind of position. So White has to think of a plan. You can play H3 G4 as a potential idea to try and stop this F5 break.
But say you went H3 and I just went here.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the lines he's going to be concerned about because he doesn't really want that knight coming into F4. So he's probably just trying to remember his position. It looks like he's gone into the tank. He's closed his eyes.
Yeah.
Closed his eyes and trying to remember the opening theory. Yeah, because he'd like to play G4 before black plays knight H5. But sometimes they play H3 and then G3, but then it looks a bit weird because black will just play F5. And if you haven't got a tactical way of stopping it, then black could create quite a dangerous kingside attack. So, yeah, he's going to have to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, I mean, I know there are some ways. I don't know if this is a move, but, maybe there are some variations like
Yeah.
which are kind of...
Well, there's some knight E5 trick, but it all looks a bit...
Knight E5.
I mean, black could always play queen E8 first. I think black would just time F5.
bit insipid.
Yeah, this feels... I mean, white does not want to play
You
this
know,
way.
a move that screams out at me here is bishop G5.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure that's the kind of a move in these kind of positions, and
If they play H6, what's your plan?
that is the acid test, because if I come back, H6 has helped you.
It's
I
probably
don't
help,
wanna
it's probably it probably helps because if you ever play F5, then you're stopping knight G5, which is quite useful.
So then I go bishop h4, and then the question is, how good is this position for black? I don't think I'm going to sack here. This is really
No.
not. So
You have slowed down this f5 move, haven't you? Which is useful. Well, if f5
Yeah.
comes and white captures an f5, black can't take back with the pawn anymore. So that is a main advantage of this bishop g5 idea. But you are wasting quite a lot of time as well by playing it. So he's played h3. So he's played the line which we suggested. And I think, yeah, this is really key now, isn't it? Because he wants to play g4. He wants to play g4. So black is probably considering knight h5. Should we look at knight h5, g4 anyway? Then you're committed to knight f4, aren't you?
really, g4.
I don't know if I like that move, but I
That
just
looks
want
like a
to I just want to
horrible
analyze
move.
it. And if white takes the knight, that looks probably quite bad for white, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
You could play
also very nice
queen
follow up at
d2
knight d7,
with
knight
queen
e5.
d2. But yeah, it looks. I don't think he'll want to go for this. So if black plays knight h5, which really looks like the key move to,
Maybe I'd even sack a pawn here. Wouldn't
you
it?
could do. Yeah, this feels. I don't think he.
I feel
White
like
will
I've
wanna
got
go
very
for
good
this.
comments. Computer would probably say black is doing very
Sure.
well here, even a pawn down, right?
Yeah, so I don't think white really wants to go for this. So let's have a look at knight h5 again. That's the key move. I mean, you can't play knight e2. Black will just play f5, won't he? What's his plan? He must have some plan against knight h5.
You could castle actually, or maybe you could. I mean, is bishop g5 a move? But
Is black going to play queen e8 anyway?
maybe it's time to check the engine again.
Or you're going
When
to
we
try
get
and
stuck,
you're
we'll
going to
check
try
the
and
engine.
white going to try and play knight. The engine always likes white in the king's engine positions, but it's more about the position, isn't it? The black just wants to try and achieve this f5.
Maybe you
Without any
could.
trouble.
Maybe you could program an engine to light the king's engine.
It probably wouldn't be very strong.
I'm sure there must be engines that just play the King's Indian, right? There's so many engines now. The King's Indian engine.
Yeah, still
G-
be very strong.
Yeah.
If he doesn't play knight h5, I think white is going to play g4, isn't he?
Really?
I mean,
And why do you
unless
want to
black-
go G4?
Unless black plays h5. Well, the main idea of g4 is that if white ever plays f5, you can just take it.
You mean
take
if
it
black?
with the,
You mean if
black ever plays f5, so you can just take it with the. You can probably take it twice, but you certainly could take it with the g pawn, open up the g file for your rook to attack down the
Yeah,
g
so
file.
just to show an example, what Nick's talking about is something like this. Potentially could be awkward for black.
Yeah,
I might
or
even,
you might take on
I might
f5
take
as
that,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this actually reminds me of a game I had in Symbol yesterday against a young Chinese kid, and a little bit different because I had like a a pin because his king was an h7,
Sure.
but a very very bad position for black.
Yeah, this definitely looks strong for white. So I think g4 is quite a common idea. I have seen black play h5, not here, but a move earlier to try and stop it. However,
Thank you.
I have found that it does look a bit risky to play h5 here, doesn't it? I mean, it feels like it's not really the right idea. I think knight h5's got to be the main.
I don't know that move. It feels too flat. Bishop
Yeah.
g5. I feel it's definitely a move. Would be on my radar then.
Yeah, he's played knight h5, so he's played the
Yeah,
critical move.
Okay, yeah. So sorry.
This is the move that we anticipated.
Because E5, this is very like the Czech Benoni, right? It's almost like they've gone into the Czech Benoni. Czech Benoni is where black goes C5 and E5.
Yeah.
And I don't know many people who play the Czech. Actually, a guy that we know, Keith Arkle, is playing the seniors. I believe that starts on Monday.
I think Tony Miles said he used to play the Czech Benoni, didn't he? But then every time he played it, he didn't realise how bad it was. So he'd play it, and then he'd have to take a break for a few years because
Really?
he used to get bad positions.
Oh, you
with
mean a
it.
break from chess?
Not from chess, from
Oh,
the Czech
right.
Benoni.
It was that bad he had to have a break from
He had
chess.
to take a break from playing
I'll
the
be,
Czech
I'll
Benoni
be
for a few
honest,
years.
I hate playing against the Czech Benoni because I like to have targets, and when they're playing like a slow game and you have to think strategically. Now, Nikita obviously is English Federation now, but he is an ex-Russian. They tend to have very good strategical knowledge. So I don't think he would be worried about this strategy, but I would have been. So I'd be interested to see how well he deals with it.
Yeah, but this is actually quite a key moment in the game, I think. In the next sort of 3 or 4 moves, if he can just, consolidate his position, then he'll be quite happy. But if black starts getting some play going on the king side, it could be quite a dangerous
Oh, he's
game
played
for
my
white.
move, G3, right?
Yeah,
It's almost like...
we did sort of suggest. I think I suggested that first today.
No. We'll replay the video later just to verify.
Yeah,
Oh, was it you?
I think I mentioned it, but G3 is an idea. But we were a bit unsure about it because black has this F5 move all the time. I mean, can black play F5 now, or should he prepare it with Queen E8? That is the question.
Is Queen E8 run into that move, or you just...
Yeah, you have to watch out for Knight B5. Can we just try F5? I know it's probably a blunder. I mean, it's probably a bad move, but it's quite a critical test.
This
isn't
is
it?
almost a little bit like a line you could get in the King's Indian as well.
Yeah.
Where white plays an early H3, which is quite typical. A Dingler plays these positions as black.
Yeah, I mean, Knight E5 looks like a bad move, doesn't it? Because the black can almost play Knight G3, and yeah, this feels... Well, I don't know. It feels good. Probably good for, or probably at least fine for black. So Knight G5 was your idea, was it?
Yeah, just to fight for some squares on the king's side. And maybe after Queen E8, say you defend the knight, you can also bring the knight back as well, of course.
Oh yeah, maybe then the other knight comes and gets you from the other side after Queen E8, Knight B5 as well.
Ah, yeah.
And suddenly, yeah, black's struggling a bit to hold on to everything because
It's all very... I mean, I would say about this position, Nick, it's all very concrete, right?
I think white needs to disrupt black before black gets all his pieces developed. So long term, it feels that black's got a good position here, but can he actually survive all the tactics? Yeah, probably Knight F6 is forced. Now can you play Knight E6, or is that too early?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
black has to take it.
Yeah. Maybe it could go E4 though. Is that how bad is that?
Yeah, but perhaps Knight E6 was not the right move.
I'm wondering about G4.
Oh, G4 first. Oh, G4 is a better move.
It just feels very thematic, right?
Yeah, G4 is a stronger
But
move.
maybe you can go here and can you go here? Can you get away with this, or is this too ugly? Because white king is in the center, which does have some relevance. It feels a bit ugly though, right?
Yeah, black's king is also a bit weak here.
Yeah. I mean, it's very murky these. I feel it's very concrete, this game, right? Let's just see if there's any moves.
Do you think Nikita is still in his opening preparation? Maybe not the exact line he would have thought of, but he probably knows his position, doesn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea.
But yeah, but I think black can just try and build it up a bit first. He probably wants to play Queen E8, but it might be nervous about Knight B5.
Yeah. Queen E8, it's a bit slow, right?
Yeah, slightly slow.
But what do you do after this? Let's just put that move on the board anyway, Queen E8. So your idea is to go F5, right?
Yes, if Knight B5, maybe then you just play Queen E7 and just defend against the threats.
And then you can go A6 and gain a tempo on the knight.
Yeah, something like this, and then try to play F5 later. Yeah, it's quite an interesting position.
Bit stodgy, right?
Has Supertit played a move, has he? Or is he still thinking?
He's still thinking, I think.
Yeah, perhaps black will try and build it up instead of going for F5 straight away. That might be the better idea.
He seems quite composed, Supertech, given he's not used to being on these like demo boards.
Sure, looks like he played H6
Oh, he's gone H6
instead of Queen E8.
Right.
I mean, that does stop this Knight G5 move, which is quite useful.
Yeah.
But it makes it a bit harder to play F5 now because then you're quite weak on that B1 H7 diagonal. You always have to watch out for like Knight H4 coming and all these ideas as well. So,
But what's White's plan here?
yeah, White just needs to try and improve his pieces, doesn't he?
Can I go Knight H4? Is that ridiculous?
Just play it now. Just play it straight away.
Well, maybe that's running into Knight F4.
I mean, Knight H4 makes a lot of sense against F5, doesn't it? But to play it straight away, you have to be a bit careful.
Yeah. I just want to stop my opponent's play, but I feel it's too early.
I mean, if you play Knight E2, you're threatening G4, but then I guess black will just play F5, will he? And unless you've got something strong here, that's...
Yeah,
that's
it's
really what
blocking the
black wants to
queen, isn't
play.
it? The
Yeah.
knight on E2 is blocking the queen's relevance towards H5, you know? So it's killing some of my tactics.
Exactly. So you don't really want to play Knight E2 unless you're definitely going to play G4.
So when you play chess, you identify your candidate moves, right? What are your candidate moves here, Nick?
For whites, I mean, just I guess one of them is to develop the dark square bishop, although I'm not sure where you'd put it. Um, I mean, where are we going to castle? Probably going to castle queenside, are we? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not. You already know I'm not a fan of. I'm so scared of my opponent's counterattacks. I'm not a fan of casting queenside. But here, I'll definitely consider casting queenside.
I mean, you could just play a move like bishop d2. It looks a bit slow, just to try and
I like that move. I like that.
try
move,
and
yeah.
get yourself ready to castle.
And then put the queen on c2. Not a6. I would probably have to flick in a3 if I want to put the queen, or the queen on e2, as Boris Spassky was recommended.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, actually, the more I'm looking at f5, the more I'm thinking, why can't White even just ignore it, right?
I mean, if your king's not on the king side, then it's not as dangerous. I mean, the attack's not as dangerous.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's probably just lining up to go queen side, isn't he?
But if you go f4, does it become like blocked? Or something like this, is this maybe a concern for White?
It's quite hard for white to make progress on that king side.
But they could go g4, knight f6, g5.
You'd
and
have
then
to play g5 straight away, wouldn't you, before they could
Probably,
move
yeah.
their knight again?
Probably. But that is yeah.
Still a bit
Actually, the
blocked
more
up,
I'm
isn't
looking at
it?
this, I like bishop d2.
I think after f5, white wants to do something. I mean, maybe bishop d2, f5. Do you have knight h4 there?
h4 is also very relevant.
Possibly, unless they're playing knight f4, but I'm not sure if I completely believe it. He could try and go for a slow move. I mean, are there any sort of faster moves he can play here? Probably not. Well, knight h4, we didn't really like it because of knight f4. So I think bishop d2, we're just slowly improving his
Yeah.
position, makes sense.
Or queen e2 or queen c2. I think are the moves, right? Yeah, bishop d2. I like your bishop d2. I think that's most flexible move.
Yeah, we'll see. Do you want to go back to? Oh, he's playing a move though. Bishop c2. Oh, they're so deep, aren't they? Such a delicate move, bishop c2.
Wow, that's crazy.
I
Why is
mean,
it so? Yeah, it's a prophylactic move.
But what is bishop c2? It looks.
Looks a bit weird, right? Well, okay. So I think one of the ideas is that he doesn't want to get hit by an e4 later on. So when black goes f5, so what he's thinking is black's only plan realistically is play f5.
Yeah.
So it's all about how you set up against f5. So when black goes f5, you trade or you go knight h4. But the important thing is that later on, when you do trade on f5 and they take out a pawn, they're not going to be able to play e4 with tempo. And that's somehow relevant in this line. But I agree with you, it's too deep for us, right?
It looks very deep.
We can't.
Yeah.
It's from the Karpov prophylaxis school
I
of
think
chess.
he's just thinking sort of 10 moves ahead, isn't he, with that move?
He's probably seen a similar idea, I'll be honest. Like
Because the bishop on c2, it's not going anywhere. It's not going out to a4, is it? It's literally just to avoid this e4 move from black. I mean, you can't even drop it back to e2 now, so you're actually reducing your options in some senses. I mean, queen d3 is not really coming, so yeah, he just is trying to anticipate e4,
F5.
yeah, f5.
yeah.
After f5, I mean, if black plays f5 now, do we have knight h4?
It certainly feels like it's an option. Oh, there might be another idea that when you go knight f4, you're not hitting the bishop. That
Yeah,
might make
it all
sense.
looks quite deep, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all too deep. We're in too deep, as Phil Collins once said.
Yeah.
You know, what film was that taken from? As a
I don't know, you're the
on
general
the
knowledge expert.
soundtrack. Sorry? Buster, no. It was from Mona Lisa. One with Robbie Coltrane, the late Robbie Coltrane, Michael Caine, and was it Kathy Burke? And it ended in the final scene was on Brighton Pier. Or one of the final scenes was on Brighton Pier. Actually, here's a quiz question. Who are the only two players over the last 40 years, so I asked this question in pub, who have a plus score against Michael Adams, who played in British Chess Championships?
Well, plus score over all formats or just in British Chess Championships?
In general, have a plus score. Because most people have a big negative score against Michael Adams in British chess.
And is this players who maybe played him when he was younger before he became
Also played him when he was young, but played him more recently as well. Yeah.
okay? So from English chess players,
Wow.
or no, are you limiting it to English chess players
No, not
or
necessarily. Anyone who's played in the British Chess Championships.
anyone who's played in the British Chess Championships?
Yeah. Over the last 40 years.
I mean, I don't know whether some of the older players beat him when he was younger. People like
Oh, actually, it probably
Spielman
are other
or,
people, right?
Um,
No, actually, this is a nonsense general knowledge question when I break it down because I'd have to check everybody. I only check like.
something like Mark Hebden.
Well, the people I was thinking of was Vishy Anand because he used to play
Oh,
the British
okay.
back in the day,
If
right?
you were including like any sort of breaking the rules a bit here, I thought you were talking about English chess players. I didn't realize you were talking Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, they got plus scores against Michael Adams.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
Magnus Carlsen used to beat Mickey even when he was very young. He used to beat Mickey, caused him a lot of problems,
Yeah,
which is quite incredible.
he did lose to him actually in the Olympiad once, where Magnus played the North Sea opening, also known as as Magnus calls it, the drowned rat variation or Norwegian rat variation, where you go E4, G6, D4, knight F6. And I mention that because I saw a massive rat yesterday just outside the accommodation. I probably shouldn't say that, but
Yeah, I remember that game actually from the the North Sea Gambit, which he did lose. He actually tends to underperform a bit in Olympiads, Magnus Carlsen. He probably
yeah.
treats it as a bit of a holiday.
Well, the other one was Harry Krishna, but I think Harry Krishna has plus score against Adams, but he's also got he's been over 2750.
But
So
which English players have got plus scores against Michael Adams?
very few. I can't think of any who are still active now. Maybe there's obviously people back in the day that potentially might have, but generally just dominate. And the thing is, when you start losing to people, it builds up that scar tissue, doesn't it, Nick? You know, you start. I don't, you probably don't feel this way, but I kind of get a bit intimidated when I play people like Mark Adams because I feel like they're just better than me. So, you know, that's why I end up doing the commentary.
Yeah,
So I
I
can
mean,
avoid them.
Mark Adams is a very strong player, obviously, and he's one of the main contenders. Well, should we have a look at his game?
Let's have a look
mean,
at Mike, and
he's
also
the-
we need to go back to Gawain because apparently the Gawain Jones game is getting very interesting. Let's have a look at the Michael
Okay.
Adams game.
Okay,
So whose move is it? We don't even know whose move it is. Unfortunately,
this is state of the art technology.
yeah. we can't move the pieces, and we don't know whose move it is. But other than that, we've got great. He's playing against Theo Cowrie, who actually, by the way, Nick, I played quite recently, and reminds me, he's a good junior player. Reminds me a little bit of his body language, and he also seems to be highly intelligent, of a young John Spielman in some ways.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
that I
I
ever
mean,
met
there's some
John
very
when he was
talented
young.
young players, aren't there? I mean, yeah, I mean, we've got top three boards of really talented young players. I mean, I think he's only about 15 years old as well, isn't he? Theo Cowrie. But let's just see what's happening in the game. So the material is equal, and it looks as though White's trying to push up on the king side, but his own king is actually slightly vulnerable. So he has to be a bit careful. The pressure on the c4 pawn looks annoying, and the white king just feels misplaced. I don't know if he's got a chance to put the king somewhere else, but you don't really want it in line with the light square bishop.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to have originated from the Scotch defence. It looks very Scotchy with pawn on c4 and looks like a Scotch. And also, often in the Scotch defence now, White does push the h pawn up the board, so it feels like some kind of computer preparation or some kind of computer line
Yeah,
that he's followed. Because all these moves like rook h4 or pushing the pawn to h6 is very computer-esque, but Adams probably very rarely gets perturbed.
I think he just knows his systems really well, doesn't he? And he'd probably be quite happy with a double-edged position that's not too scary. I mean, his king is quite safe, and he can just play moves here, can't he? So this probably quite happy with the opening, the way it's gone.
Yeah, I think Adams is. I mean, to me, he's like the ultimate professional. He's very consistent in everything he does. Even his body language at the board and just the way he goes about games is all just consistency, really. So I think that's partly why he's won so many British championships. Well, of course, it's becoming harder for him to win that now because you've got these people who are a little bit younger than him in Vicky Ugov and Gawain, and they're kind of in their prime. So, Gawain's score against Mickey in recent years has been quite good. But in the recent English Championships, he did beat Gawain in their game, and he beat Vicky Ugov in the playoffs. So that would give him a lot of confidence, do you think, Nick, for the British Championships itself?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got to get there first, haven't you? You've got to get to those games. You've got to get through these early rounds. But certainly when he gets to the later stages, he'll probably feel like he's a fairly even match for the other top players, given that he beat them both in the English Championships. But yeah, this position, I mean, what's happening? So is Black going to just ignore this pawn on h6? Is that the idea? I mean,
We don't actually. Do we actually know whose move it is?
we don't know whose move it is. No. I mean, Black could play a move like a4 to try and isolate the c4 pawn.
I suspect it's Black's move. I mean, g6 feels. Can I play g6?
Yeah, it's just a sort of very double-edged position. I mean, if you've studied this position in advance, that's definitely a huge advantage. I don't know whether his opponent has actually studied this position or not. I guess White would play bishop g5, but then the b pawn might become a bit weak. That's the only thing. Yeah, maybe the b pawn becomes weak.
Also relevant.
Yeah, 'cause Black can put the rook on b8 and put pressure on b2.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, oh no. So I wanted to go bishop g7 there, but that's probably not a very good move. Maybe the rust is kicking in, right?
Yeah,
This is why I'm in the commentary room.
I mean, the odds of Michael Adams playing bishop g7 there probably about a trillion to one.
His odds of winning the tournament would go out if he played bishop g7.
Yeah,
Bishop e7 feels
he
like
might play bishop e7. Yeah,
that feels like a more solid move.
I think he's just going to try and target these queenside pawns, isn't he? He's going to try to maybe play a4, knight a5, or just try to target the queenside pawns
Yeah.
later on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But his knight, his knight's got other options. He's got to try and get his h8 rook into the game. I mean, I don't think White's worse here, but it's just a position.
Let's go back to the Gawain Jones game
Yeah.
because that's a game that is getting exciting. It looks like it's Bodhana's move. Gawain's attacking the pawn.
So it looks as though Bodhana didn't castle. Can we go back a couple of moves and have a look what happens?
No. You can't. You can't.
Oh,
get,
you can't.
Can't get Tottenham.
I thought
Maybe
you-
it's
I thought
my
you were-
chest.
I thought you were joking. Okay, you can't. You actually can't go back any moves.
No.
So it looks as though Black's played bishop e6 at some point, and
Oh, early on. Yeah.
yeah, White's just taken on e6 and played e5, and now Black's got this weak e6 pawn. I mean, to be honest, it's just like long-term suffering for Black here. It's not
Yeah.
really what you want, but she's still got to get a king castled as well. I mean, how do you defend this e6 pawn? I mean, queen d6 is the obvious move, but then you have to watch out for queen b5 check.
Yeah.
And it does feel as though Black has to be careful even here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, queen c8 feels very
Oh, thank you,
passive.
mate. Cheers.
And we've got some new water. These are sponsors, are they?
Yeah.
Cano
Sponsored
water.
by the Poor Technology Championships.
But yeah,
Well, the thing is, this pawn structure with a pawn e6, it kind of reminds me. I had a game actually recently against Belgian player, last tournament I played actually in Ghent, and I had that pawn on e6, and the Indian was saying I was better. So it can be deceptive.
you've got to be very active to be better here, and I just can't really see how Black can possibly be better in this position. It feels as though White's definitely got the advantage.
Oh no, hang on. Maybe it is actually White to move. Can White take the pawn? Oh, it is White's move.
Oh, well, what happened? What actually happened then? Are we able to see what happened in the game? Don't think we can go back any moves.
Click back and just like that.
Can you go?
Well, he won't let us.
We're having some problems with
Yeah,
chess.com.
we're having some teething problems.
We'll jump into a break and we'll work it out. But
Looks like White's just absolutely.
what about the arrow?
White's just like miles better then.
The arrow piece.
White's just winning the
No, it
e6
doesn't
pawn.
work. Can't even go back with the arrow key. Maybe
In fact, yeah, he might even have knight b5 as well. But it's just much better for white. This is a bit of a disaster for Botana, actually. If this is the right position.
I think she just lacks experience playing this level. She has played knight b5. It's actually the game.
Right.
He has played knight b5. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the start she started with d6, which was quite a passive move in the opening, and she took on d4, which again we wouldn't really recommend. She made too many concessions, I think, at different stages, and obviously Gwaine just played very precisely, and he's causing her a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, this game isn't going to last very long, actually. It's going to be a quick win for Gawain. She's going to win in about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, or max, I would say.
And that's the thing about these strong players, like I say, they can just try and move it around. So he played this like funny move order, didn't he, to try and throw her out of her Petrov, and she just hasn't really been able to handle the new variation very well.
Yeah, I feel like one of the key things about being a top chess player is the ability to know what openings and what choices, especially in the middle game and stuff, is going to cause your opponent problems.
Okay.
Often I play really accurate games. And I think, why didn't I win the game? Because I was playing against a player I was high rated than. Why these 2600s able to smash these players off the board and I'm not able to do it? Well, it's partly because they're, that kind of wisdom that they apply to know what, was going to cause the opponent problems. It's not just about finding the best move or the best line. It's about, like you say, the practical element of it.
Yeah, I think Botana just hasn't reacted very well to this opening choice. I mean, so she must have played bishop e6 at some point early, and white must have played e5. I mean, I'm surprised she didn't get castled. It just looks as though.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point
Looks
we're
like it's
going
gone
to
really
try and
badly
fix
wrong.
the technical issues that we're having with the broadcast, because not being able to move the the pieces around is obviously very awkward.
But yeah,
Now I can't actually hide the computer analysis either. So
I mean, Gawain could just take on e6, can't he, and just be a pawn up.
okay, let's go
But
back.
that's what he's played. So he's just a pawn up for
Okay.
a pawn up and a good position.
But
as
actually,
well.
the evaluation bar hasn't really. Oh no, it's massively up. Yeah. Knight takes d6 just looks really obvious, and
Yeah, I think it's just very strong for Gawain now.
yeah, I mean, this is a disappointing game from Botana, and this is a big tournament for her because she's just had a great tournament in abroad.
France wasn't it?
Yeah, in France, and she would have been looking to build on that. We're all excited about her prospects, but obviously there's a lot of rounds, still like 8 rounds after this. If she does lose this game,
Yeah, I did highlight in advance though. I thought the opening was definitely a key area which Gawain was going to target, because he's got all these tricky sidelines. He can move it around very easily and just try and get her out of her comfort zone. And that's just the advantage of having a very broad opening repertoire. You can really try to target your opponent's weakness. And he obviously found that she didn't really know how to handle these lines, the Scotch Gambit lines, and he just went for them.
excellent choice, I'd say. And I mean, Gawain is somebody who's he's become a bit of a British Championship winning expert. And it's funny though, all his British Championship wins have actually come in a playoff. Like last year, he won in a playoff against David. I think 2017 he won in the playoff against David was in the playoff, Luke McShane was in the playoff, Craig Hanley was in the playoff, and the other year he won in North Shields. Can't actually remember the year. Maybe it was.
He beat
You remember
Stephen
North-
Gordon, did
Yeah,
he?
he beat
was a
Stephen
queen
Gordon.
down,
It was a
wasn't he?
queen down in the first rapid play game. And I actually said to your brother, I was sitting next to your brother Richard, and I said,
2012, was
yeah,
it?
this is over. Yeah, Stevens Gordon's going to win, and I just left. And then when I checked later, he'd actually lost that game from a queen down, from a queen up, which is
Yeah.
shocking. Only Gawain could do that, right?
But he's always been a very good rapid play and blitz player, so
Absolutely.
that's probably why he's had quite a lot of success in the playoffs. Yeah, so this has not been a great game for Botana, but I'm sure that when she comes back next round, she'll have a sort of more stable opening position, and then she'll be able to show her skills. I mean, part of the key of chess is to try to stop your opponent showing the skills they have, and she's been playing brilliantly recently, so Gawain's done a really good job of stopping her getting the kind of position that she wants to achieve.
Should we have a look at? I think we should have a look. Let's start with this game. Amit Gartzi against Edward Jack. Let's look at some of the other players and assess their chances. So Amit is a player who's quite a talented player. He's quite tactical. I'm good friends with Tristan Cox, who's been helping a lot with preparation, and I think that has helped his play. He's one of his weaknesses was he was maybe a little bit predictable in the opening phase, but now he seems to be, he's got a little bit more bite to his repertoire. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
I think so. I mean, he's always played sort of the kind of like wing openings a bit, hasn't he? He's not been a sort of mainline E4, D4 player. And it looks like he's got something, maybe, was this from an English or knight F3, probably one knight F3.
Yeah.
Another sort of flank opening he's gone for again. And this is actually quite a good choice against the weaker players because you just want to get a position where you're quite comfortable and you can just outplay your opponent.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think, obviously Black's got no sort of major problems here, but he's thinking for himself from a very early stage. So he's going to have to try and come up with some good moves. Is it Black to move here, is it?
We have no idea. We should have a break. I think we should have a break now.
We'll try and figure out the
We're going to have a
technical
break
side.
and then we're going to try and figure out why we can't get the moves. Maybe log into a different chess.com account or something like that. And then take it from there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We fixed all the issues. That's great. Now we're going to have a look at Bod Hannah's game. And
I think they preferred it with the sound off.
yeah. Well, speak for yourself, Nick. I think they love the timbre of my voice. It's very soothing. It's like ASMR, right? Have you ever heard of ASMR?
You tested me with all these technical questions, Danny.
It's not really a technical question. It's just, I should run a chess ASMR channel.
But this bishop e6 move, we were a bit surprised by that, weren't we? We were expecting her to castle.
Why not just castle?
I mean, White's definitely better here, but you can't really delay castling. There was no need to delay that move.
Have you ever heard of I'm going to test you with another question. This is a chess question, though, so you should pass with flying colours. Have you ever heard of the theory of the only moves?
Well, you have to just find the only moves.
No. No way. Garry Kasparov explained it. He said that in certain positions, there are moves you have to play, right?
I mean,
And you play them first. It's like poker. You have position, right? You have position, and having position, you have information. So you play the move, and then you wait to see what they play, and then maybe you play bishop e6. Or
yeah. I mean, that's definitely a very key theme, that when there's a move which you have to play, you play it, and the bishop could develop to many different squares. I mean, probably will end up on e6, but it could go to other squares. So you play the move which you have to play first, and then you leave your options open. So yeah, that's quite a well-known idea.
Although actually it doesn't hate her position at this point. But my move, queen d7. Oh, I'd actually forgotten that this was hanging, I must admit. But apparently this is not so clear if you grab the pawn, because you have some play here. But then once he went, what did he play? Now, what did he actually play here? No, hang on. Because I've got the analysis, but what was the actual move in the game? Oh no, so he went knight h5.
Okay.
That feels strange. And then she
to
came back.
combine knight h5 with taking the pawn, you're just basically losing a move.
I didn't understand that at all, to be honest. What was her idea behind that? Because also, why isn't this a lot better for white? It's just an extra pawn, isn't it?
Yeah, I think knight b5's probably a more accurate way of playing it, but I'm sure queen takes e6 is strong as well.
I think it's just intimidation. I think it's just she's not playing at her normal level because of the situation, who she's playing against. And you can see from her body language, she looks a little bit downcast about this position.
I mean, the part of the problem, apart from being a pawn down, is that the king can't castle at the moment. So, I mean, I'm sure Gwain's trying to look for some way of tactically opening up the center of the board.
One thing I would say, Nick, is obviously he's probably going to get crushed in this game. Let's be honest, but Gawain makes it look easy because he plays actively, plays aggressive chess. If I played Bodhana, maybe I would beat her. Who knows? Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would lose, right? She's beaten better players than me recently. But I don't think it would be an easy game. Which Gawain has made this game look easy. So that's one of the things that the great players do.
What do you think he's going to play here? I mean, obviously, he could play the safe move, knight c3.
I know you should just ignore that.
I'll just ignore what you're saying.
Just ignore everything I say.
Well, yeah, I mean, strong players do make it look easy. I mean, when you're
Yeah.
playing against strong players, sometimes I feel quite weak if I play against a very strong player because they just don't give you a chance to play your game.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so pawn a6. I mean, what would you play here for white? Obviously, knight c3 is a safe move, but
Sure.
he might be looking for some sort of tactical move now to try and open up the center.
Absolutely. F4 maybe even. No, F4 is
But
probably
when they
too much,
capture the
right?
knight, they are attacking your queen. I mean, if you play, you probably can't get away with.
Can I go knight d4 there?
Well, you are giving black the option to cast the queen side. Not sure whether you
Oh yeah,
mind that or
that's
not.
a good point.
Black probably would have to go for queenside casting and just pray that they.
So if I did go knight c3, how
Oh,
bad
unless
is it?
there's some knight c6 business going on, is there in that line?
Wow.
Was that just really asking for it?
So your idea here actually is force checkmate. If I take the bounty, it's force checkmate with
checkmate.
checks, and quite a simple way to win. So
He might be considering knight d4 then.
that's very Gawain-esque. He's very good at tactics. He's a very tactical player. He calculates very well. He's a little bit different, I would say, as a player. He's changed a lot, actually. His style. He's become more rounded over the last few years, I would say, which you have to get to a high level. But yeah, this whole idea of knight d4 is quite clever, I think.
I mean, what else could she play here?
Queen f7 maybe, but then that's just a queen trade where you're pawn
Well,
down.
I mean, Gawain had the chance to trade queens earlier and he didn't go for it, so he might play knight e6 and just try to go for a big attack.
Absolutely, yeah, that's looking very dangerous for black, and even f4 might start to become a threat now.
Yeah, rook e1 is going to be strong, isn't it, as well? Once you play rook e1, you have all the tactics because your rook's lined up with their king. Yes, he might well play knight d4. I don't know if there's any other even stronger moves after a6, which he's considering.
It all looks bad. Should we go to another game? Because I think the general consensus is this is quite bad for Bodhana, right?
Sure.
And I think there were some other games that we haven't mentioned, we haven't looked at so far. Apparently, Daniel Fernandez is under a little bit of pressure, and also Brandon Clark. So I
Okay.
think we should have a look at those games. Let's go from the start with. So Frankie Berlusconi is he's a brother of another player playing in the tournament. Stanley, he's the older brother, and the Berlusconi, the bad boys of British chess, playing against Daniel Fernandez, another bad boy of British chess. So quite an interesting pairing.
I mean, Stanley's the slightly higher rated of the two, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, even though he's younger, he's in theory, on paper at least, he's a better player. So, but Frankie's also a very good player. I mean, I think he's definitely going to make IM. Whether he makes GM, I'm not so sure.
I think it's always a bit easier for the younger one because you learn off the older one and you can.
Who was the younger
Try.
one out of you and Richard?
Who do you think?
Richard.
No.
That was
actually
you.
me.
All right. I don't know. Yeah, not by very long. I wouldn't have thought.
No, that's different. If you're twins, it's a different situation. Obviously, you learn from each other. But I think when you have two brothers and there's just a couple of years difference between them, the younger one does benefit from learning from the older brother. But should we have a look at this game? So it was for Grunfeld.
Yeah, so actually, just go over and start again, because kind of skip through that. And one thing I wanted to mention was we saw this bishop b5 check in Simon's game as well, Nick.
Okay.
That often you're just playing this move just to get as quick a development as possible.
Sure. I mean, the main lines are bishop e2 and bishop e3. I think you were a Grunfeld player, weren't you? Or you still are?
Yeah, I mean, I play everything against d4, which is generally a sign that I'm really not confident in anything I play. But a Grunfeld, I think, is a good opening. But it also can be quite difficult to win with black. against certain lines, and be quite difficult to draw as well.
I think the Grunfeld's quite a theoretical opening. In a way, it's a surprising choice for Daniel, but I think he has played it a few times before.
Oh yeah, I actually played a game against him the other day in a tournament in Belgium, and I lost eventually. But I was expecting him to play the Grunfeld, but he played something else against me, and I managed to resign in a clearly worse position rather than a losing position. But you know, that's another story. But yeah, I did notice that he did play the Grunfeld, and so we get this position.
Yeah, so black's a pawn down. He's got the bishop pair. And normally those pawns, if you have the double C pawns, if black's C6 pawn is on B7, that's quite a standard position. But with the pawn on C6, it does feel like it's more of a clear pawn. But I still think it's not too bad for black here.
No.
I know one of the comments said black's under a lot of pressure, but it does feel as though black's position is at least quite solid. But having that pawn on C6 takes away the B6 option, which you often would go for in those kind of typical Grunfeld positions. So what do you think White's plan is here? I mean, is White going to try and play bishop D4?
Well, I think the first thing
Save the queen, obviously.
is move the queen, yeah.
But perhaps black has to move his bishop so that if White does play bishop D4, he can play E5. So let's say White moves the queen to A4, for example.
Yeah, which does lose the C3 pawn, but there is a,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think there's
true,
a
I'm
trick with
going-
knight G5. Maybe.
Yeah,
There's a
maybe
trick
maybe
with,
Queen A3 was better.
there is this move because you know, you don't really want to allow this structure to develop. My idea was that this could be very annoying for you if I'm double attack on this, but again, you know, maybe that's just allowing something like Queen C8. I don't know. So
Yeah,
I'm not
knight G5 is an interesting move.
not completely certain about all that, but I kind of like that square. As Queen A3 feels a bit.
You give away the C4 square, don't you? Which is
Yeah.
the only downside.
Queen C2, I'm allowing Queen A5. So it's one of those situations where it's not exactly clear where you want to put the queen. Do you even go C4 maybe? But that also looks like you're giving black a target and takes away your control over D4. So I don't think C4 is really going to be played. What would you play here, Nick?
You'd definitely be analysing Queen A4, wouldn't you? That's the move you want to play.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe let's have a quick look at that line. So again, so Queen A4
This
using
seems critical.
bishop takes
'Cause
C3,
otherwise I'm going to do this and
knight or bishop D4. Yeah,
or knight D4, bishop D4. Yeah. So bishop C3, knight G5. Which obviously is not a total disaster you take on E6. But
I mean
feels a bit
Queen D7
uncomfortable.
does allow Rook D1, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So perhaps Queen C8.
Maybe this is the critical line. Yeah. But I can take and go Rook B7, but maybe that's really not that big an issue for black. It starts to get quite technical.
Yeah, it feels as though black should be okay here.
Yeah.
It might be a tiny bit better for white.
I think a draw wouldn't be a disaster for Daniel, but clearly if you want to win the tournament and you're one of the underdogs in terms of you're not quite there with the 2600 guys, you probably need to start the tournament as well as possible, right? You need to actually beat these guys who aren't easy to beat, like Frankie and, you know, people like that. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really important to win the first game. I think if you just draw the first game, you're quite deflated after that.
Mind you, when you won the British, you drew your first round, I think. Is that
I think
right?
I might have drawn my first 2 rounds.
Yeah. So, mind you,
But you need to get momentum, don't you? At some point, you need to start winning some games.
let's
And,
have a look at. We'll come back actually. Let's have a quick look at Stuart Conquest because last time we should also mention last time the British Championships was held in Liverpool in 2008. Stuart Conquest won the title and he beat our good friend Keith Arkle in a playoff. You know.
Yeah, he did very well. It was actually interesting because before that tournament, he'd played another tournament in Dublin, and he had actually performed very poorly.
Right.
And then he came here off the back of that, and I don't think people really anticipated he would do very well. But then he won the tournament. So I think sometimes when you play a different tournament, previous form just goes out the window. You have to almost change tournaments just to reset your form, either in a good way or a bad way. But he tends to like change his openings around a lot. He's quite an imaginative player. And yeah, he's quite a strong player as well. I think he certainly was around 2600 at his peak, wasn't he? So he was a very strong player.
Yeah.
Obviously, a bit more experience now. He did a lot in Gibraltar. I think he was running chess tournament in Gibraltar for a few years and maybe doing some teaching there. But he seems to be playing more again. I think playing some of the senior events. And seems to be back on the chess scene again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stuart is one of these people who's very experienced. Jacob Yoon is people that are not people would be less familiar with. Jacob, I actually did a little bit of coaching with him. He's actually quite a good player. Well, I think like 1 hour. That's the typical. They get
Well,
1
he
hour.
quit
and then
after
decide.
1 hour.
Sorry?
He quit after 1
He
hour.
won't quit. He decided he wanted to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
Right. But he seems to be quite talented, and he's been getting some good results recently. Because I think he stopped playing for a while, and now he's got back into it and realised he wants to do well. I think actually this is a potential banana skin pairing, I'll be honest, because I think Jacob is someone who's getting good results, and Stuart is already starting to eat into his clock.
It's an interesting position. I mean, I played Jacob actually a few years ago in a tournament in Basingstoke, and I think it was quite a brutal game actually. He lost a lot of pieces, but he was quite a lot younger. It might have been his birthday as well, so I think children tend to play worse on their birthday because they get up early and they're excited.
I never cared about my birthday.
Yeah, but
That's
Yeah.
an interesting theory. Children play worse on their birthday because they get up early and they're excited.
I think so, and they eat lots of sweets and cake.
Yeah.
So you want to play children on their birthdays. But yeah, so this is a typical like hanging pawns position. The 2 pawns on c5 and d5 are hanging pawns, and they're really interesting positions. If you can weaken those pawns, they can become vulnerable, but they can also be a strength. The move that black would like to play at the right time is the move d4. If you can play d4 at the right time and just maybe capture the knight on f3 and double those pawns, it could be quite a strong position for black. Sorry. So white has to always be mindful not to allow that move. I mean, for example, if the white queen was on a different square, black might be able to play the move d4 and get quite a strong position. White often would like to play b4 at the right moment, like a3, b4, something like this, and try to exchange off that c5 pawn and leave black with the isolated pawn on d5, which he could then blockade, and white might be slightly better if you can achieve that. So it's quite a double-edged position here, and I think it's not a bad result for Stuart from the opening just to get a double-edged position. It looks roughly level to me.
Yeah, I think both players will be quite happy about this position. I mean, one move that I would, jumps out at me is g6 because, it takes a lot, any kind of residual pressure against h7. I mean, obviously, white isn't threatening to take that immediately, but g6, where do you put the bishop? Bishop h3 feels a bit awkward.
I think that's the only square, isn't it?
Yeah, and what white would like to do, I think, is put the rook on d1. Karpov was famous for loving to place his rooks in the center of the board. It's one of the things he loved to put his rooks on d1 and e1. Obviously, like e1 doesn't make so much sense here because of pawn on e3, but I think having the rooks on d1 and c1 is quite natural for white. And yeah, so g6, I feel that jumps out at me. After bishop h3, could I even maybe consider jumping in with a knight, or is that too early?
You feel like you're weakening your whole dark squared diagonal.
I'm about to get checkmated very quickly.
You're trying to checkmate yourself. Yeah.
This is
can
why...
they just take it and play queen c3 and
exactly. Yeah, so just to show that this could end up very ugly for black if you're not careful. That this kind of position, although to be fair, f6 does kind of survive for now, because if you take, this knight's going to be hanging at the end. Just a simple move like knight d2 seems to be better for white anyway, because this pawn's not looking very nice on c5, unless bishop h6 somehow works, which I don't think it does. Getting a bit random there, but
I guess it's quite an aggressive way of playing anyway.
I would be more...
White doesn't have to take on e4 as well.
I would be more, along the bishop f8, bishop g7, whether that's a good... But then, of course, c5 starts to become weak. So it's actually quite tricky to handle black's position. What would you think, Nick? What
Yeah, because also your rook on A8's out of the game, and how do you get that rook into the game?
Is bishop c8 immediately potentially an option?
I feel as though black wants to keep the pieces on the board here, though. You don't
Okay, I
really
found
want to
another
trade
move. I
pieces.
found another move, a5.
Yeah, I was also looking at A5. It does weaken the B5 square, which is the only downside, but it threatens bishop A6 ideas.
Exactly.
Stops any A3, B4s. You might play A4. Yeah, it's got a few
But
few things going for it.
But what do you do after that move? Because now I'm threatening to take and then take here, as well as threatening to win the bishop pair.
Yeah, so maybe you have to combine.
G6.
Maybe you have to play G6 first if you want to do
Exactly.
A5.
Exactly. As you say, there is slight downside that I'm weaker on
be
this
careful.
diagonal, which could become relevant later in the game.
Yeah, 'cause if they play knight B5, I don't know. You could see this going either way, really. It could be risky for white, to be honest.
Yeah. It's very strategical.
It's one of those positions, for example, after bishop f8, queen c3, that might be one of those positions where you can play d4 and just try and get some activity.
Right.
Okay, I'm just making up these moves, but just trying to find an example of a position where black might be able
That's
to get
what
an
we're all
active
about,
game.
making up moves, right?
Yeah,
That's why we're commentators, because we can just play whatever we want. That's the beauty of it.
We can
They have to
sacrifice their
play the
pieces.
right idea, otherwise they're in trouble. You know?
yeah. So this kind of situation looks quite strong for black, I think, or certainly quite dangerous anyway. The knight maybe coming to f4 later, and
Somebody said nothing compares to Magnus. He is amazing. I wondered, Magnus is the GOAT. That's Brad Buchanan, by the way. He's a chess writer. He's got a book out. He's got a chess novel out. So,
so which English players have beaten Magnus Carlsen?
well,
I think Simon Williams beat him, didn't he?
Keith's beaten him when he was 12.
Michael Adams.
Michael Adams.
Simon
Williams. David Howe has beaten Magnus.
Has
I
he?
think. Or has he? He's certainly drawn with him.
I mean, they're sort of good friends, aren't they? So I think they've played a lot of
Yeah.
friendly games. He's probably beaten him in friendly games.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not sure if he's beaten him in a classical game over the board, but he may well have done because they played junior chess, right? Yeah. Who else is? Gawain Jones was a piece up against Magnus. That was quite a famous game where he was a piece up.
Yeah.
Magnus blundered a piece, but he won anyway, which is just kind of scary, right? It's possible Gawain beat him in something else. What about Nigel? Did Nigel ever beat Magnus? Possibly.
Yeah,
he
I'm
did.
not sure if Nigel or Gawain have beaten Magnus before.
I know Nigel's lost to Magnus, but it's quite hard to beat Magnus Carlsen at chess. Let's be honest. If Magnus was playing in this tournament, what score do you think he'd get?
I'd think about 10.
10 out of 9.
10 out of 9. Okay, confused.
That's
So
overkill.
8 out of 9, sorry.
Yeah, 8, I think.
For a minute, I thought it was an 11-round
Fair.
tournament.
That's
I think he
fair.
would score quite heavily. Should we have a look at one of the other games?
Yeah,
do you want to have a look at,
That's-
I don't know, should we look at Richard?
Yeah, let's go
We'll have
down
to
to
have a look at the
Richard's.
family.
I think we need to go to Brandon's game as well. We looked at
Okay.
Brandon's game, yeah, but I think let's go to Richard.
Go on, we'll see how he's getting on.
Where is Richard?
Got to keep
Oh, here
going
we
down.
go.
Here we go. Okay, so quite a...
Should we go back from the start? And
Sure.
So he's playing against Callum Brewer. That's not really a name. I have heard of the name, but I'm not really familiar with who that is. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
I've played against him before. So he's one of the younger players. I don't know if he's still a junior, but he's a younger player. He's gone in for London system. Quite a, typical opening for Richard.
Yeah, this almost looks like an exchange Slav, doesn't it? What
Yeah.
they've got. Except with the exchange Slav, you obviously get rid of the C ball rather than So
Yeah, I think he's played this London system quite a lot of times before. It's probably black had prepared some idea like this, although H5 looks a little bit invented, doesn't it? I don't think that's a normal move. Perhaps he's worried about G4 if he plays E6. I'm not sure, but
yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't immediately play H5.
the problem is if you grab here, you're giving away a lot of development. So I think that would be something maybe Richard would be prepared for, that he would be quite happy with this. Or
Yeah, I think in general he likes sacrificing pawns and getting activity. I'm not sure how sound it is, but
it looks playable, but maybe not very good, right?
you think black's better here?
No, but I think it's. I mean, I don't think it's losing by force, obviously, but it looks dangerous because there's Queen A4 coming in, and maybe you could even sack the exchange at some point with Rook B1. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Richard's quite happy playing these kind of positions where he gets activity for a pawn.
Yeah, yeah. His repertoire is based around activity, I would say, and there's a little bit of bluff involved with his opening rep. He loves to tromp, plays a
Yeah.
tromp a lot. We used to, but okay. So had these moves.
Looks like Black's trying to just keep it solid. Well, H5, yeah, H5 is a little bit of a risky move because now it's just a lot harder to castle.
But computers love H5. I mean, we got Matthew Sadder in the audience. He wrote that great book, Game Changer. Hi, Matthew. And also co-author Natasha Reagan. Yeah, and computers just love pushing their H-pawns. So that's kind of seeped into over-the-board chess, I think, a lot. You know, people's styles start to pick up on just pushing the H-pawn as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Black played Queen B5, trying to exchange queens, and I don't think Richard will go for a queen trade here, will he? But then what else do you play? Queen back to D1. I mean,
Can you go Queen E3, or is that
Could do.
just running into F6? Yeah. So what happened is that maybe this bishop is starting to become short squares.
yeah, I was trying to see if knight G6 works.
Wow.
Give it a go, yeah.
Wow.
Maybe this is the
So
tricky.
the idea is that
Oh, you got Queen B7, or then Bishop D, Queen B7, Bishop D6. Yeah.
Bishop D6. Do I have a rook C7, or is that just losing my force? Looks very dodgy.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a bit of a messy one.
Another one of our random lines based on no
Yeah.
logic whatsoever.
You might just try it. It possibly he's analysing it though, because otherwise, the other options are either trade the queens or go back to where you came from.
Yeah, Queen D1.
Yeah, that's why he just played Queen E2, didn't he?
Oh,
It's
okay.
quite a hard move to play, mentally.
Yeah, yeah.
Just go back.
So what is the issue after Queen E3? Because F6, you have other moves, even if Knight G6 doesn't work, right? You could also consider Knight D3.
And they can just play Queen D3, can't they?
Oh, sorry, I'm blundering again. Knight F3. But then Queen D3 is dropping E6.
I thought your idea was to try to go G5.
G5, yeah, G5, yeah.
I thought that was your
I
idea.
forgot my
try to
idea
crack the
already.
bishop.
Dementia's kicking in like early in the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a little bit uncomfortable, right?
But White's going to have to sack a piece here and hope for the best.
So what is our feeling on what?
So it depends
White
after
should
Queen E3.
play?
Maybe he's analysing Queen E3, F6, Knight G6. Maybe he's analysing that. It might just not be any good though if Black can survive.
So this is a critical variation. So if you move the rook, I take on E7, I go F3.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy with that.
Is that a total disaster? I guess it feels bad, but it does feel. Yeah, I mean you got moves at A4 as well, right? It doesn't feel very comfortable, and also you got the opposite color bishops, which
Yeah, there
given
could
the black
definitely be
king
some
is
ideas. Yeah.
not completely clear, but yeah, probably bad for white. But as you said, if I take, is this winning? That's the
Yeah, so
acid
Queen
test.
B7 is 4.
There's also Bishop E4 actually, but then
The rooks, you lose both your
oh
rooks.
sorry,
Or
I'm
you lose at
losing
least
my
one
rooks.
rook
Queen
anyway.
B7.
Yeah.
That's more or less forced, right? Bishop D6.
Yeah, rook C7 is forced, isn't it?
Yeah. Rook C7. Yeah, this could be a critical line actually. Yeah. Don't see a forced win for white, even though it looks very suspicious for black.
But
you know, you could end up in a bad position, right? It's very committal to do
you
this.
could do. I mean, they've got the two bishops, but they've also got some weaknesses. Anyway, this be interesting to see if he plays Queen E3. I don't know what else he's going to play. He probably will just go for it.
Yeah, Richard, I would say, is quite an active player, and he's not unwilling to take risks. It's fair to say he's quite an aggressive player. Is that a fair assessment?
I think so. Yeah, I think he likes to
He likes
play on the
playing.
attack.
He's good with the initiative.
He likes getting the initiative and likes going on the
But I
attack.
feel like, yeah, you could argue his chess can be a little bit one-dimensional at times. I would say in terms of, I'm not sure how good he is at end games, but
You're looking for a weakness, are you?
yeah, maybe I'm just embittered because he beat me recently.
Yeah.
But
He's been playing well recently.
let's have a look at Brandon Clark's game because Brandon is another young player who's looking good. Of course, we should mention Shreyas as well.
Yeah.
Right, well, this Brandon Clark game is really blown up.
It looks like White controlled the whole centre.
Yeah, so we got like a King's Indian, Brandon taking risks. So Jan Murawski went for the Samish variation. Where was Samish from? Was he Hungarian? Does
I'm
anyone
not
know?
sure. Matthew might know.
Matthew might know. Do you know where Samish was from? Austrian. Right, okay.
I think, did Joe Gallagher write a book on the Samish King's Indian years ago? I have a feeling he did.
I think Joe Gallagher's written a lot of opening books
Yeah.
from memory. Oh, wow, B5. That's very aggressive. This is what I was
But
saying
quite a
about
typical idea.
computers don't like casting queenside because you're often, it feels like white's overextended. Okay,
E5 is quite a good response, isn't it?
quite a tactical move. So the basic idea is that this queen's hanging at the end, so you can't grab the pawn. So he decided to go into full retreat. C5 very aggressive. Yeah, this feels to have the times.
Was he playing quickly?
Oh, okay. No, we don't have the times. I think there are ways to find out the times.
But he's just trying to clamp the whole centre, isn't he?
This feels very dodgy for black.
Yeah, I mean, it feels quite dangerous.
Yeah. Wow.
White's just going for it.
Wow, this is impressive. This feels like a modern defense gone wrong for black, right?
This isn't the latest position, is it?
No? There's been more moves. Okay. So he took. But okay, I mean, black does have a knight on c5.
I think objectively it feels like White should be doing well here, but there are definitely. I could see like some ideas. For example, okay, you can't play it in this exact position, but if you got the bishop to f5, you might have ideas of playing queen takes a2. That's a bit optimistic, but certainly b4 is an idea for black, and
Absolutely.
yeah, there's definitely some attacking ideas for black here as well. So quite a double-edged position.
So one line I could calculate is bishop takes c5, d takes c5, queen d5 check, king h8, queen takes c5, hitting e7. Is that a bad variation for white, or is that a good idea?
I mean, it feels like it's probably quite a good idea to get rid of that knight because it could be quite dangerous, the knight on c5.
But I'm playing a bit one-dimensional because I'm giving you the bishop pair and I'm just grabbing pawns, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, you're shutting out some of black's pieces as well. The knight on e8 is still very passive. Yeah, I mean, I think
What do you think the computer evaluation of this position would be?
I would say white's better on the computer evaluation. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that as well.
But there's black. Ever since black to move here, is it black to move?
No, it's white to me.
There's black to move.
Maybe he's played. We've had more moves.
Oh yeah, so we didn't have because you were saying bishop takes c5 for white, but it was actually black's
right.
move. Okay, so yeah, it's not as
okay.
bad.
It's not that bad, yeah. So bishop e6 was played with the idea of maybe bishop takes a2 and knight b3.
Just to control the d5 square as well.
So given he could have played b4 or your idea of bishop f5.
No, but bishop
actually,
f5, they just take on c5.
Yeah. But what was wrong with b4? That
Knight,
maybe bishop c4 check or something.
yeah, probably bishop c4 check. Yeah.
So he's gone bishop e6 to prevent that. So now he's fully intending to play b4. What suggestions do we have for white? Yeah, apparently Samish was Nigel Saunders says Samish was German. That's what Matthew was saying.
Oh, it's
German
German.
Austrian.
because if knight d4, would you like to play? That does prevent you from capturing on c5, which could be a bit of a downside. You want to have the option to take that knight at
Sorry,
all times.
what are we doing?
If white plays knight d4, the problem is
Yeah.
black could probably get away with bishop takes a2, although it looks a bit risky.
Yeah, I think
Probably get away with
practically
that
I'm
move.
starting to like Brandon's position. Maybe objectively the computer's saying this is not good, but from a practical point of view, against an inexperienced player, I've got
But
a theory.
it's still double-edged though.
I've got a theory about this tournament that a 2,500 player is going to win it. You know why? You know why I have that theory?
Go on, tell us.
Well, I just think there's not that many rounds and there's quite a lot of players. And I think the top seeds are kind of under pressure a little bit.
But they do tend to dominate these.
But
These
I
competitions,
have
don't
that
they?
theory every year and it's always wrong.
Yeah.
So one year it'll be right. Hopefully when I play,
Hopefully you're still a 2,500
Yeah, I'll
player.
be 2350 by that point, maybe 2280. What about King B1? King B1 with the idea of B4, Knight D5. Oh, but then Bishop F5 check. Wow.
Oh yeah, that's quite
That
dangerous.
could get quite ugly very
Yeah.
quickly. So just show that. It's quite a nice variation, actually. King B1, B4. And then the knight jumps in there just to cover the bishop, attacking A2. But then you have Bishop F5 check.
That's game over very quickly.
And a very nice King A1, Knight B3 mate. Or King C1, Knight B3. I don't even have to sack my queen here. Just force checkmate. So
Yeah, so I think you need to keep open the option of taking that knight on c5, even if you don't take it straight away.
so critical position already, Nick. What do you think White will play? You think he'll go for
He might take on c5.
Really? Wow.
Well, the knight's so dangerous.
I'll just
can you-
sometimes just to clarify, just to simplify
can you
when
play
you're being
King
attacked.
B1 now? Is that
Now
just?
King B1 feels like an option. Yeah.
I don't know if this is any good. It is quite risky, but
The danger is that by taking there, you've strengthened Black's hand on the Queen's side, and then they're going to go for some kind of plan of C4, B4.
yeah.
Also, when they go C4, when they play the Bishop F5 check, you don't have the option of interposing with Bishop D3.
It does feel quite risky. I mean, you're basically banking everything on this knight d5 move.
I mean, even this move here actually, because here I'm wondering about Rook D8 as another option.
Yeah, can white play King A1 there after Bishop F5?
Of course, we all should mention there's always capture. You should always in chess. You should always calculate your captures and checks. I'm often. Are you a little bit like that, Nick? Because I'm often quite lazy at calculating my captures and checks, but I should at least think about the option of taking on E5, right?
I mean, that's what they say.
Yeah,
Checks and captures.
but you never bother, right? You just
No, I still look at
course.
them.
Yeah. So King A1 you want to play?
We're probably
Yeah.
missing lots of opportunities here.
Well, I feel like
White's fully relying on this knight d5 idea to try and stay in the game.
actually, I don't know, maybe White was doing well earlier, but now I'm starting to like Brandon's position. So Brandon could end up being British champion, right?
I mean, I played against Brandon quite a lot when he was younger. A lot of blitz games against him.
You know who I think is going to win the British this year?
Go on.
Marcus Harvey.
There you
We
go,
haven't
for a
looked at
long shot.
Marcus
Go on,
Harvey's
have a look
game
at
yet.
his-
That's
look
my
at
tip
him.
to win the British, Marcus Harvey.
I thought you
Okay.
had him as 40-1.
Yeah, but I've changed my mind. I change my mind every day. So tomorrow I'll have a different tip. But Marcus is playing against somebody who's not, again, we're not that familiar with, James Golding.
Well, he's one of 3 Golding brothers. They all play quite a lot. I mean, Alex is probably the strongest one. I think Alex just became an IM recently.
That's right.
But yeah, they obviously got chess in the family. So just a solid Queen's Gambit declines.
Yeah, a little bit dull. It's interesting that he didn't retreat. I would have considered retreating the bishop there,
Yeah.
because I'm worried about knight takes G5, getting the bishop pair, but he decided to give up the bishop pair. I think I've analysed this before, and I think the engine just says it's equal, right?
Yeah, I tend to like to keep the bishop pair as well. Is he trying to trap the bishop somehow?
This bishop out here could be a problem
But his
for Black,
problem
right?
is his knight is
His knight's
knight's
being
always
attacked
vulnerable.
directly. So he went back to H3, interesting option. So now his plan is very clear, G4 and F5. So f6, of course, that does lose a pawn,
Yeah,
but
so you've got that option, haven't you, to take on h7.
he did take it, actually. Yeah, this already feels very good for Marcus.
I think, yeah, a couple of moves ago it felt okay for black, but suddenly it feels as though he's just lost a pawn.
Absolutely. Yeah, so looking good for. So my tip on Marcus Harvey to win the British is looking good so far.
In round one.
In round one, yeah. Yeah, but even getting past round one for my tips these days is quite a good achievement. Shall we have a look at Shreyas Royal? Because we
Sure.
haven't looked at Shreyas. Another guy who's got a good chance to win the British Championships this year is Shreyas Royal.
I mean, he's
Where's
been
Shreyas?
playing well recently.
Okay, he is playing against Oliver Stubbs. Ollie Stubbs is from the Bristol area, and also knows dad, John Stubbs, a nice guy.
Yeah, so Shreyas's opening repertoire is really becoming quite broad these days. I mean, he was playing a lot of d4. He was playing Catalan, he was playing like Nimzo Indian, he was playing like mainline d4. Now he's playing mainline e4. So I think he's just learning everything, really.
Yeah. I was looking at a game, we were mentioning Magnus the other day. I looked at a game that he played. He played against Karyakin, and he decided to play the French, and he mentioned this position. I think they had this position, and a6 is the most popular option for black. But there's also, you can take on d4.
I think you can play bishop e7. Some of the
Queen
Chinese players
b6.
played queen b6.
Yeah, bishop e7. Queen b6 leads to this kind of forcing variation where black ends up sacking a piece with something like this. This is a famous old theory, and I think it's considered to be okay for black, but there's a lot of theory on that line. So
It looks slightly more comfortable for white, doesn't it?
yeah, so a6 was played in the game. White played a3. So I think one of the ideas, Nick, is when you go for this, isn't there some danger that if you castle queenside too early, you allow this idea of a c4,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's certainly the line after bishop e7. I think some of those Chinese players played. It was quite strong. Where I think after bishop e7, they did play this idea where I think white played queen d2, castles, and black was playing c4 and then b5 very quickly.
Yeah.
And that was quite dangerous. I think that was supposed to be better for black. So certainly that's an idea to watch out for. I think a3 is quite a standard move though.
Yeah, you keep your options open. Very flexible move by Shreyas.
So I've moved off the actual game.
That's it.
No, we're not on the game
Oh no,
here.
we're
You have
not,
to go
not
back
on
to
the game.
a6.
I'm gonna have to go back to a6, right?
Yeah, this is all very standard at the moment. Yeah, taking on d4 is quite a safe way of playing. I think it's thought to be like a tiny bit better for white, but it's a good way of avoiding the heavy theory.
So he's essentially gone straight for the end game,
Yeah.
which is a bit of a dour approach. But his argument is maybe that Shreyas isn't, you know, what I was saying about Richard. Richard's a very aggressive attacking player, but is he as good in the end game? So that's the question. What's Shreyas like? We know he's a very good middle game player, but how good is he in the end game? We don't really know much about his end game expertise, I would say.
Yeah, I think I might have looked at this. Yeah, he bet h5, which is actually an idea. I think I might have looked at this endgame a long time ago. And you can play with h5, g6, which is actually quite sort of anti-positional because you've still got the light square bishop. But I think you just have to restrict white's play on the king side, pushing the pawns up. I mean, the problem piece for black is obviously the light square bishop. If you could trade that off now, you'd have no problems at all. But that is a piece which is quite passive.
I saw a blitz game where Karyakin beat Magnus Carlsen and he went h4, h5. And there was some reason why that was good, and it basically stopped, you know, it took the sting out of, obviously gaining space on the king side, but I think there was also like a specific concrete reason why that was a good idea, but I can't actually remember it now. Anyway, so
certainly the light square bishop is the main issue. So knight d4, you don't want to allow bishop b5, so he has to.
So also he doesn't want to
move.
allow maybe f5 as well, right?
Yeah, I think this is all like probably theory so far, or certainly theoretical ideas.
Like b3 is a very clever move. You're limiting the knight on b6. His knight now starts to look bad.
He might play a4 as well to stop that bishop coming to b5. I mean, if black was ever able to set that move up somehow, bishop b5, you've got the option of playing a4.
Oh, yeah. This actually reminds me of some games I had against Leela where I was a piece down. And it just kills your pieces with moves like b3, kills the knight on b6. You know, sorry, where you're a piece up.
I mean, black's got to come up with a plan. It's quite hard to see. He's got no real plan here, has he?
Yeah, I think White's preparing g4, Nick. Is that fair to say? Oh, but he wants to go g5 maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to do something. But it does feel as though black's just making moves here and just waiting
Just
to see what
random
happens.
moves, yeah, random
And
moves.
White has to find the breakthrough.
Exactly. Which, to be honest, when I'm White, I don't like when people play like this because I feel like I like middle games. You know, I don't like end games so much. Don't feel so confident in the end game. Are you like that? Because
I don't really mind, but I'm quite happy playing the end games.
yeah, you're quite a technical player, right?
Yeah, probably that's what I'm known for, but I would say I'm more all round than I'm given credit for. But yeah, people do think of me as a bit of a grinder.
But although you say he's playing moves randomly, I think that does have some idea behind it, knight c8, because he wants to go knight a7, knight c6. And it's well known that when you have a position with a space disadvantage...
Yeah, you want to exchange the pieces off.
Absolutely. So that makes some sense. But White could, you know, of course, then retreat the knight. So I think White's going to probably prepare g4. This does look very pleasant for White. You know, just visually looks quite bad for black.
It does, but black's quite solid here. I mean, it could just peter out as well.
Really?
I mean, you take white, of course, but
I think Shreyas is going to win this game easily, but I could be wrong.
no, I think he will win as well. But I'm just saying that this position, you could, if you play a couple of inaccurate moves for white, you could easily end up in an equal position.
Welcome to the Gormally School of Commentary, Nick. Basically, just go with the favourites, right?
Okay.
You know? Okay, I think we should go to the Michael Adams game because we said somebody in the YouTube apparently wanted that one of Thea Kara's relatives, probably his dad, wanted to have a look at that game.
It was quite messy, wasn't it? It was quite double-edged when we last saw it.
Absolutely. So let's just go from the start because we didn't actually look at all the moves, and this was a Scotch game. Actually, a good move, I think, in this position is Bishop b4. I was playing some bullet games against player the other day, English player, trying to remember his name. Victor. There's a guy called Victor, right? Victor Stornian.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. I think I played against him in the British once.
Yeah.
Had quite a funny endgame.
And after c3, I think the idea is to go bishop c5, and then white can't put the knight on c3 anymore.
Okay.
So that helps you in certain variations, I guess. But
Sure.
it seemed to be doing a good job with this line with bishop b4.
I mean, bishop c5 and knight f6 are definitely the main moves there, aren't they?
Yeah. So, okay, this is one of the main
When
lines.
you pin them, yeah, this is very standard, isn't it? 'Cause if they play c4, you can play bishop a6 as well, if you want to.
Funny enough, I played Adams at the British in Hull in 2018, and I'm sure I played a line with early h4. And it was a really horrible game where I played all these weird pawn moves. I can't actually remember the game that well, but maybe I even played h4 and f4, and somehow the game ended in a draw. But I think h4 is some kind of theory. Queen e6, knight d2, a5, g3. So the idea is to develop the bishop with tempo, I guess. Yeah, knight f3.
I wonder how much of this was preparation.
All of
from,
it.
like,
All of it.
do you think so?
Yeah. I'll be surprised. Yeah, a lot of preparation went into this game by Theo, I would imagine. I could be wrong. A3.
I mean, he's got the time advantage. We can't see how long they spent on the moves, but yeah. So
This all feels really good, actually, what he's doing, right?
but they're actually playing moves that we suggested as well. I mean, Mike is playing quite logical moves for black, isn't he? Just trying to keep the game going.
But this move is a very strong move because if you take that bishop, the pawn is going to end up almost like a gobstopper. gobstopper in black's throat, almost that pawn f6, very powerful in the endgame. You got pawn h6, pawn f6. If the h7 ever drops, there's also mating ideas around the black king.
Yeah.
But of course, Michael Adams,
He can
he's
just
a very
keep
experienced player.
attention for a while, can't he? He doesn't have to resolve that. And in fact, White ended up taking the bishop, so
Yeah, that's a good move by Adams, hitting the bishop, hitting the knight. Sorry. And oh, so hang on, it's White to move here.
could go. Well, obviously, the e5 pawn is weak, isn't it? If you move the knight, are you afraid of losing the e5 pawn? And could you play bishop e4? Does that fall for some tactic?
No, I mean it feels like the most natural move. Bishop e4. Yeah.
Yeah, knight f5 anyway.
Yeah, knight f5,
Just trying to
and
win
maybe
the
the
pawn.
idea of even just taking back, right?
Or do you lose? Or you want to play? I'll play rook f4. Do you? Or? Yeah, I mean, I can see how this could go wrong for White. A4.
A4. Yeah, A4 there is knight D2. Oh
Yeah,
no,
but then you
but
take
hang
on
on,
E5, don't you?
Yeah.
That's really bad.
A sickening move.
Yeah, this is looking. We're sort of demonstrating how you lose.
Well, hang on. I don't resign that easily. Oh, actually, I do. But actually, yeah, this looks bad. I was thinking about rook h4, but
I thought you were going for some exchange. You can go knight e4 here, can't you?
you can go knight e4.
And then you can fork the rooks.
Rook b3 check.
Oh yeah, that's a good
yeah,
point.
rook b3 check.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it doesn't work. Yeah.
But in that variation, it was also just take on f3 was also possible as well. Yeah, but I think that looks more natural. Yeah, it looks more natural.
Yeah.
So this is very typical Adams, right? He's very good at finding flexible squares for his pieces.
After knight f5, can you just ignore it? I mean, it feels a bit risky and just play rook f4.
Yeah.
It feels like something might just go wrong here for White.
Oh, he's played a move anyway. He has gone bishop e4.
Yeah,
Let's
so,
just
so, so
refresh.
knight f5 is the key idea then.
Yeah. I don't like this for White, I must admit. I was loving White's position a few moments ago, but as usual, I've changed my mind. Yeah.
It's looking very dangerous, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's not working at all for.
So where did it all go wrong?
Black's got all the options.
Where did it all go wrong? Because he
you
had
prob-
that
you
great prep.
You probably have to take the knight, don't you? And just
He
suck
had
it
the
up.
great prep, and now he's collapsing. This is no good.
Yeah, so after bishop e4, where do you put the king? There's nowhere to put the king.
I think probably king c2 is the mistakes.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Really bad. And he's getting hit like checks, he's getting hit like knight.
Yeah, why not put the king here,
He
right?
was probably afraid of a4 at some point, but yeah. You got bishop c2, I guess.
You got bishops.
C2, I mean, yeah.
Maybe a knight d2, but that would lose a pawn. Yeah, it feels that it's gone wrong for Theo. Maybe that's the difference with the Adam's great experience. He knows exactly where to put the squares, but Theo is lacking experience. And keep,
Not bishop e7, you might want to go knight g5 or something. But then you're going to get knight c6 and get knight d4 check.
Yeah, it feels dangerous.
With the rook on b8.
It does feel dangerous, doesn't it? I think Matthew's identified some very strong plans for Black.
yeah, so it feels like all the favourites are potentially going to win. What about Viti Yugov? We haven't gone to that game for a while. Let's have a quick look at Viti Yugov. Of course, we could go on a break at some point, but breaks are for wimps, as Gordon Gekko once said. You know?
So this was the interesting game, wasn't it? Where Black played
Oh,
this
but
knight
he played
h5
this move, Bishop D3. Oh, right.
But we've looked at this already, haven't we?
Yeah, but we haven't looked at the opening.
And then black played c5 and
Because you know the weird idea is, Nick, here they go here,
okay.
which doesn't
So
make
sort of
any
wasting
sense to
a
me.
move,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
but I think he played that deep move bishop c2, didn't he, in the game
That's
anyway?
right. Yeah, yeah. Which, what did you think about that move, Matthew? Because we were trying to think, you know, how would a super grandmaster approach this position, but we didn't.
And we considered bishop d2 as a possible move, but bishop c2 was a bit deep.
Prophylactic, right?
Well, no, really, yeah. It's weird move. It's, I mean, you know, essentially, I mean, I think the engine's allowed plus 1.5 of these positions already. I mean, King's Indians where you play E5 and C5 are they're pretty great with black.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, you can do an awful lot of things. Bishop C2 feels funny because, I mean, black is good at trying to go E5, just making it just a little bit easier. I think you can do a lot of things with white without really ruining anything at all.
So basically, the engine just hates to check Benoni.
A lot of King's Indian dark positions are quite favourable, weren't they, to with engine analysis?
You know, I mean, when you got, they used to play like this in the 60s, and that's how Petrograd made, you know, and said he bought a house, you know, beating up the King's Indian, but all the guys were playing E5 and C5. It's just, you know,
Right.
it blocks the long back, and then blocks getting a C5. Sort of, in a way, we sort of learn from that. We don't do that sort of stuff.
Oh, I've heard that quote. I think I read it in a quote by it was in one of those Sissonko books. It was something like, yeah.
I bought my Dacia beating the King's Indian.
My Dacia, that's a Russian term for country house, right?
So Bishop C2 is a bit weird. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff. Bishop C2 is a bit weird. I think, you know, A6 B5 is coming in.
It felt like bishop c2 didn't really achieve much. We just thought later on he was worried about e4 and at some point, didn't we? But
So you were right, Nick, that Supratit is a very aggressive player, dynamic player, because he's sacked us pawn. And thank you, by the way, Matthew Sadler, for giving that great analysis. Sorry?
Is this game now taking on some of the features of the background?
Is this game what? So I've got a bit of wax in my ears. You're going to have to speak up. Sorry?
Is it taking on some of the features of the background gambit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's called the Czech Benoni, but maybe also the Czech Benko, right? So it's almost, transferred into a Czech Benko. But of course, in the Benko, you have the pawn on E7, so the bishop on G7 has a lot of influence on the queen side. So this is one of the drawbacks of black's position, I would say, is the bishop isn't really creating a lot of pressure on the white queen side. However, the game continued.
But at least he's got a double-edged position. I mean, it's from a practical point of view, it's not too bad for black. That,
No, I mean,
oh,
it's quite, you know,
I agree with you.
quite reasonable.
Yeah.
I think it's good that you went B5. You know,
I mean, can I just look at one line? Just to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
back
sorry.
a minute.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, he probably is rubbish, but I mean, if white played after queen b8, if white took the knight on h5,
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
and yeah, you take back.
he's going to play Bishop E5.
He's going to take on b5. You can't take on h5. You lose the rook.
Right. So what did you want to play?
Yeah, that's a good point. I want to try and get my king safe, but it's not that easy.
Bobby Fischer often in the Benoni, he would love to give up this. He would allow this structure.
Actually, it's quite difficult to get your king safe here, isn't it? I mean, if you castle, which is the move you want to play, obviously the h3 pawn is weak.
Also, knight d3 is a threat,
It's
right?
coming, yeah. So bishop h5 doesn't really work here.
Probably not. But it's again, you should at least calculate it at some point, because it is a capture. So you know that's often where we slip up, is we don't calculate our captures and checks. h4. So I think h4 is played with the idea of playing h5 and forcing black to play g5.
I mean, white would definitely be happy if he could achieve that.
And then you would probably play g4 and eventually, you'd probably have to protect e4 first, but then you would eventually transfer the knight from f1 to g3. You'd have a positional clamp. And also you've got the extra pawn on the queen side. So h5, quite committal. Bishop g5, rook e8. it's kind of strange the way he's played it. He's
I
played
think he wants to move the knight, doesn't he? And he's
wants to
stopping
move the
bishop
knight.
e7 ideas.
yeah. Castles, bishop h3. So Super is just biding his time at the moment.
I still feel, although it's obviously better for white, it still feels like black's got chances here. I mean, the rook on e8 actually looks a bit funny now, doesn't it? Because you almost want it back on f8 again.
Play f5, right? Garry Kasparov would love to put the rook on f8. He would never have played rook e8.
But he had to move the knight, didn't he? And he was afraid of bishop e7, I guess.
Yeah, but Gary would have just sat the rook on f8 for the dark square compensation.
Yeah.
You know, probably not. Sorry if you're watching, Gary. Probably isn't watching, as a wild guess.
You're going to give Garry Kasparov some chess lessons.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, black's trying to achieve f5 still.
So whose
It's
move is
still not
it?
that easy. Black to play.
I mean, knight c4 feels like a threat for white.
He's going to probably defend with the rook on a6, is he? Well, that could be a bit dodgy. Yeah, that's probably going to fall for some tactics. Yeah, so knight c4 is definitely an idea.
So, I mean, f5 just feels too weakening here, right? It feels a bit ugly. Can I take... You can't really take here because this is now going to come in. Although there is a knight c2, but...
Maybe you have to take with the pawn just to give yourself some chances, but it does feel a bit risky.
I could probably even consider I might start with knight c4 because bishop f5, yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess that there's some play for black here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe I would sack the exchange here and just go here and then just, just say, look, I don't care that you're winning my rook. I'm just knight a3, yeah.
But if you took on d6 with the other knight, is that stronger?
That's probably stronger, yeah. Black's position feels a bit creaky. It feels a bit creaky, right?
When you take on e8, you've got all kinds of threats.
Rook where, sorry?
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
You would
Yeah.
have to worry. Sometimes you can sack on d6 anyway, can't you? And play bishop c5 after rook d8, for example. Can you take knight takes d6? I don't know, actually. Maybe you can play it. And if rook d5, you got bishop c4.
Absolutely.
Guess yes, it's quite messy, isn't it? They got bishop e6, but it's all a bit messy. It feels like
It's all a bit Lionel Messi.
It feels objectively it should be good for white, but it is quite a double-edged position.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like you've got enough firepower on the king's side, I'll be honest. And white is, this rook a3 is a really great move because it just, it can always switch across later.
Maybe after knight c4, black's intending just to play bishop f8 to hold it all together, but then you're quite passive.
How does white make progress? Yeah, say if black just sits there. Like, how is white intending to make progress? Because we see what happens if you go to open it up, then we can see that white start to create threats. But yeah, let's say I just did that immediately. I know it looks really ugly, but
Maybe you can try and play for f4 later on. Knight c4 first, and perhaps improve the. It's a bit harder to improve the bishop because you need to keep an eye on b5. But
could I even go f4 immediately, Nick?
yeah, it was definitely an idea once that bishop leaves g7. I think there are definitely ideas here, aren't there, for white?
It feels better for white. So it feels like all the favourites are going to win. And yeah, basically, as I always predict, all the favourites will win.
Should we have a quick look at Gawain's game, see if that's
Let's go
nearly
with
finished, is it?
Gawain. Yeah, he's played an exemplary game, I would say. He's made Bodhana look weak, who is, we know he's not a weak player at all, but he's made her look
After
quite poor
A6,
in this game.
did he play that knight d4 move after A6? If you go back a few moves.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because where we left it after the move A6, and we were predicting maybe knight d4, and you're absolutely spot on, Nick.
That's what he played.
C took, because you're just trying to simplify and you're worried about all these knight jumps like knight f5 or knight e6, aren't you? So it's understandable she took that off, but of course, you know, white is simply a pawn up here with a better position.
She's just trying to get into the end game, isn't she? A pawn down.
We know she's quite good at the end game, right?
He doesn't want. Yeah, I remember watching a YouTube video where she defended. I think it was from her recent tournament. She defended some rook ending against a grandmaster, a pawn down, and she did quite a good job of it.
But he's not letting her even get that far. He went queen c5. What's all that noise?
It's the march.
Oh, the march. I thought it was a plane. I thought it was a plane taken off.
Yeah, so it looks as though White's obviously won a second pawn, although she has finally got castle released.
Yeah, but this feels too... Her counterplay isn't really there, is it?
But now definitely it's White who wants the queens off. Whereas Black was trying to get into an endgame a pawn down, but she can't play an endgame 2 pawns down. So
I must admit, I'm impressed with Gawain in this game. I think this is the most impressive game of the round, but just simply because of how he's controlled the game, you know. And like you say, you know, actually avoided the queen exchange.
a lot of it was down to the opening preparation. I mean, I think Michael Adams has played quite a good game this round.
Yeah,
Because he's had to think on his feet as well. Because Gawain got a huge advantage at the opening.
maybe I'm in love with opening prep, right? I love opening prep, you know. I'm like big openings. I'm a massive workhorse, right? A massive openings workhorse.
You're just like an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Opening encyclopedia.
General knowledge.
Should we have a quick look at one or two of the other games? I mean, this is looking. I mean, she's fighting on well, but it's just
It's
a hard
looking
game.
not very interesting, I'm afraid. But she's getting valuable experience is what it's all about, you know. I mean, Bodhana is our greatest talent, I would say, in English chess. Absolutely. What about Ami? We haven't looked at Ami for a while.
Okay.
This is
It looks like it exploded a bit there.
it's gone a bit mad, right? Edward Jackson's a player I played quite a few years ago. That he was only 1700 when I played him, but he was actually quite a lot better than that.
So how old is Edward Jackson?
He's around about the same age as someone like Frankie Berlusconi, so
Okay.
I think he's about 19 or 20. I'm not sure. So G4 is a very aggressive move by White. So clearly intending to play G5. Looks very natural. And in fact, wow, he just went
He
G5
just didn't
anyway.
even take
That's
back on C3.
Incredible move.
I mean, the whole game is just exploding now, isn't it?
So now he's taken the knight and taken the bishop, sorry. And now
You have to count the pieces, don't you?
yeah,
So Black's one piece up at the moment.
this looks very dangerous for Black. Yeah, rook h3. I mean, Amit's calculate this pretty well. D3.
If you'd taken on D4, so rook h3 feels right. Queen e4. If he'd taken on c3, was he afraid of
Knight d4.
yeah some knight d4 move maybe?
Very dynamic.
What's the pawn count here? 3. White's 1 pawn up.
Maybe White has a good move here, but I agree with you. It looks a little
Yeah,
bit scary.
there could be a good move for White.
It looks a little bit scary, right?
Can White play? No. I wanted to play bishop d3, but that's probably not going to work.
Oh, bishop d3, knight f3 check, maybe.
And king e2.
Yeah. Do I have rook d3, queen g4, but then I allow this, yeah, just to show that line.
I mean, the rook on a1 controls g1.
Is it queen g4 here?
Maybe queen g4 now.
Oh, no, but then rook takes, right?
Yeah, that's just good for White.
Yeah, so this line which Nick has pointed out is
It's interesting anyway.
I mean, maybe knight d4 here, Nick. And then when you take, I have queen g4. Oh, no, but
You're going to be material down there. White's going to be. White can play
I'll have
bishop
rook
takes knight.
f3.
White
I
can play
also have
bishop.
rook f3 as well. I have
Yeah.
rook f3, so none of that works. So the line that we were thinking of was here, but then it allows this nice little queen d8 check, and then
Yeah, that's over.
I think Yang Fan might have won his game already because he just appeared in the commentary room. So should we have a quick look at Yang Fan's game?
Sure.
Because he's another player who's trying to get the Grandmaster title, and he's already won against Bob Eames,
Okay.
who's.
But I think Yang Fan stopped playing for a while, didn't he? He was
That's
looking like
right.
he was going to become a grandmaster, and then he seemed to take a break from chess.
Yeah, he's actually got his own YouTube channel, and he's good friends with some of the Chinese players. Like who's that guy who's like the Chinese #1 now?
Or Ding Liren, or
I don't think he's Chinese #1 anymore. Ding,
Is he not?
funny enough. Yeah, exactly. The guy who was very good as a junior, and there's actually
yeah, Wei Yi was the really youngest grandmaster, was he, at the time?
yeah, and there's an interview with Yi Wei on Yang Fan's YouTube channel.
H5, wow.
I've seen Yang Fan play this himself. Maybe I think he's played
In
this.
this position, H5.
I played it.
Yeah, yeah. Is this a Leela invention?
Yes,
Yeah,
H5,
it's sort of,
unbelievable.
there's quite much of this. I mean, bishop g3 knight g4 is the idea. And bishop g5 you go queen a5, which is quite irritating.
I might have learned this game if Bob Eames had this opening. If Bob Eames had won this game.
The nice thing is, like, if you do like f3, I can go e5, and you get some sort of set control. Otherwise, play f3, which is actually rather cool. You know, so there's a lot of transposition in this.
I mean, H5 doesn't feel that bad a move, to be honest.
No, I mean it's used in a lot of positions, so but it's actually a very decent move.
You know, weirdly, I think Yang Fan's actually played this as black recently in the Isle of Wight Congress because I think
H5.
I saw a game, and maybe I was sitting on the next ball because we were around about the same rating, right? And I think his opponent went bishop g5, and I think he went queen a5. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, okay, that's interesting. So f4, queen b's. Oh, is it top move, right? Okay, so
Maybe they
Yang Fan
kept
would have
it.
known this because he played this himself, right? So he obviously knows this line.
But maybe Bob Eames had some games in this line already, so he might have anticipated it.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. So Bob's quite a well-known player on English chess circuit. Also played for my team in the 4NCL Blackthorn. So yeah, he's quite an experienced player, but seems to have.
He's quite an aggressive player, Bob Eames, isn't he? He likes to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first couple of times I played Bob, I lost to him actually, and he was a very tricky opponent for me initially. But this already starting to look quite bad for, I would say, for Black, maybe.
I mean, Black's a long way down in development, and it's also not that clear where the Black King's going.
Yeah, it feels like rook c1, you're going to have to either put the bishop on c6, which might run into a knight d5 anyway, in some positions, or move the queen again, which isn't ideal to waste all this time in the opening.
I don't really like playing positions where your king is a bit weak, or you don't really know where to put the king.
Yeah, could you go there now, or was he worried about knight d5 ideas? Probably knight d5
Yeah,
immediately
it might
doesn't
still
quite
be
work.
on.
But knight d5 if you take?
Would take, and then you want to play bishop takes, do you, or what do you want to play?
Knight takes.
Oh, the b3 knight. You're attacking
Yeah,
the b3 knight. Okay.
that was my idea. Still doesn't look great, but
Yeah, even that position, White's got quite a lot of play.
yeah, maybe queen f2 is also an option, or knight d4, or yeah, it feels
yeah,
slightly
White-
better for White. Maybe virginal clearly better.
Could also consider moves like f5, can't you? But that might be a bit committal.
I've got to be careful when I go bishop g5. I'm not allowing a check. I've been blundering too often today.
Yeah, I think it's safer to move the queen, but it does look like Black's still far behind in development.
Yeah. So knight g3 was played. Oh, knight d5, brilliant from Yang Fan. He's going for game in the tournament. Have we got a best game prize?
Not
Does
sure
anyone
actually.
know?
It's just a round of applause.
Yeah. No, we did have a best game prize last year because I remember David Howe won it. And then I got a lot of comments on the ECF forum about how it wasn't a very good game. He shouldn't have won and all this. Just a bog standard winner pawn on the queen side kind of game.
But should we look at this key line? I mean, taking on d5 is critical, but it does
Yeah.
feel very risky for Black, to be honest.
Yeah, so his idea is, this is very typical with the knight d5, is you're exploiting Black's lack of development with the king in the centre to open up the e-file, which the king is now in a very bad spot. Yeah, excellent. He's played very tactically. So maybe I need to change my Marcus Harvey tip to Yang Fan, right?
I mean, it just looked like the tactic worked. It works a lot better now.
And then he resigned. He just
Okay.
simply resigned. It's possible that Bob, all due respect to him, is a little bit out of class at this level now, as he's a bit older. He could have played the seniors, of course, but fair play. He's given the. I think he has played the seniors in the past. He's given the proper championship a go. You know, what's your thought on seniors chess, Nick?
I think it's quite good to have seniors chess, give people a chance to play as they get older and they don't have to worry about all these up and coming juniors who are massively underrated and also quite theoretical. I mean, seniors chess, you're more likely to get into the game and
I do feel now
play
when
against established players.
Sorry, yeah. When I play a lot of tournaments that, I mean, I'm late 40s, so, nearly 50. So it's like, it's hard when you play most tournaments. You're a lot older than the people you're playing against. So you're kind of giving them that kind of, that head start in a way. So it's awkward, or you don't play at all, you do the commentary, which makes it a lot easier. Right. I think we should maybe look at a couple more games and go on a break. What do you think?
Sure. Should we have a look at Michael Adams? We haven't seen him for a while, have we?
We haven't seen Michael Adams.
This knight f5 move, he played it, did he?
He's gone for knight f5. Yeah, that's an excellent move by Mickey Adams. He's a very naturally gifted chess player. I did a blog actually the other day. I said, who's the most naturally gifted English chess players in the modern chess era?
Did he come out number one?
No, I gave it to Luke McShane actually, but obviously not everyone would agree with that. What would you say, Matt? Who would you say is the most naturally gifted?
Obviously, Matthew Sadler.
Matthew Sadler, yeah. It's a difficult subject, isn't it? Talent,
Yeah. But some players, I mean, all players work hard, don't they, at their chess? I think to be a top player, you've got to work very hard at chess.
It's a battle of it's a memory battle, chess, really. You got to absorb a lot of information to be good.
So it was knight f5 the last move played then?
Yeah, it feels like White's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we looked at some of those lines, didn't we, before, and we couldn't come up with anything for White.
Wouldn't it be weird, actually, if Adams played the senior championship? That'd be strange, wouldn't it?
He probably feels like he doesn't need to.
He probably doesn't need to.
He could deny Keith Arkle the title.
Yeah, that would be.
So were any of the top games interesting? I mean, maybe the one between Nikita, Board 2, maybe that had the most potential for an upset, although we thought that was looking quite good for White as well.
Because my argument for like a 2400, 2500 is going to win it this year, which obviously could be absolute rubbish. Because obviously the 2600 are 2600 for a reason, right? But my argument is that there's not that many rounds, there's 9 rounds, and there's a lot of players. There's a hell of a lot of players. So I think at least one of them will sneak through to a good score after, say, 6 or 7 rounds anyway. So they'll have a chance. But whether that'll transpire, then I'll have a tough game against like a Nikita.
I think to win this tournament, you have to beat at least one of the top players. You can't win the tournament and avoid all of them.
Probably avoid losing, which is a tough ask, right?
Yeah.
So Luke
So-
McShane was getting GM, so I'm just reading some of the chat. Luke McShane was getting GM coach from a very young age. Nigel Short had 0 coaching. Interesting comment, actually.
Yeah, I think Luke McShane did have quite a lot of opportunities when we were younger because he was actually a similar age group to me.
That's
And I
absolutely
think
right.
I did a lot of coaching with John Spielman, and he got invited to a lot of tournaments, Grandmaster all play all tournaments.
Yeah. I'm sure Nigel probably did have some coaching as well, but he was generally self-taught as a chess player, I guess. Obviously, I'm not an expert. That's before my time when he was a junior player. So Bishop H3 was played. Yeah, we were saying before that the danger is that Black would start to creak a little bit once you play the move F5. You're creating these weaknesses, and your king is weak. If you don't have the firepower on the king side, like all your pieces are kind of imprisoned on the queen side. Your queen is on B8.
Yeah, the queen can't move, has to protect D6. You can't really afford to trade off your light square bishop.
Yeah, I was writing this book recently, and I was talking about how you should try to place your pieces close to your opponent's king. Because I was reading this chessable course about Kramnik was suggesting the same thing. Strategically, you should try to place your pieces. So he's played F5, but where can he put his pieces close to the opponent's king? He can't. He's not in a position to actually attack the white king.
Yeah, especially with the bishop on F8 now, and yeah, you can't get the rook into the attack. The queen, it's not looking that great. It looks like white's taking over here.
But maybe you could. Oh no, you can't even go queen d8, can you? Because you're dropping this d6 pawn, which I guess you have a bishop a4 tactic, but
It doesn't look very good, does it?
because I wanted to go queen d8 with the idea of maybe going f4, but even like f4, you could even just ignore it and drop a bishop back. Well, I guess you trade first, wouldn't you? Yeah, this looks a bit. Could I go knight f6? Is that an option?
I thought black might have played rook a6 at an earlier stage to help defend the d pawn.
Okay, I'm an optimist. I'm going to go knight f6 because King's Indian players, and this is a kind of a King's Indian players, are notoriously optimistic. So they don't care if they get a bad position. They're finding ideas, right?
I mean,
What do you do after knight f6?
I wanted to play bishop g5, but you might have bishop takes b5.
Okay, so bishop g5.
Yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't play that. I probably would just play f3.
Oh, so now you change.
No, well, my idea was bishop g5. I thought if black plays knight takes e4, you can. Well, I don't know. I don't even know if you can actually. I was wondering if you could play rook takes e4, but they've got bishop takes b5, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
So probably doesn't work.
Well, you could actually take on b5 and then stick the bishop on e6. Even that would be. White has a lot of good options, but.
Maybe just f3. Keep it. You don't need to like mess around with these kind of ideas for white.
So let's try f3. Maybe give black a little bit more punch with that move because you're kind of, g3 is a little bit weaker. But
Where are you playing it now? Otherwise, bishop g5.
maybe I'll trade now. But then, of course, you take, right?
Yeah.
Take back. I mean,
I think
maybe
so.
I could play queen b1, but then there's a knight d3. I'll probably have to sack the exchange. So I take. Yeah, rook f1.
You want to try and go knight f6 and put the knight on g4.
Yeah.
It's still quite hard to believe for black,
It
isn't it?
feels very bad, this position for Supratit Banerjee. And again, he's a little bit like Bodhana in that he lacks experience playing against these type of players. He will get a lot stronger over the next few years.
I think at least he got into the game though, didn't he? Which is
Yeah.
better than Botana. He got
Yeah.
got a double-edged position.
It'd be interesting to see who do you think will turn out to be the better player out of Bodhana and Supratit. You think Paul's a bit biased though because he used to coach Supratit. You're biased, Paul.
It's quite hard to say, isn't it? They're quite
Yeah.
similar strength probably now. Do you want to have a look at one of the other games then? See if you
Let's
can
have a
find
little
one?
look at one of the other
What
games,
about what about Simon Williams? Is he playing?
Oh yeah, we mentioned Simon earlier. I think we haven't covered Wadsworth.
We could look at Matthew Wordsworth. Yeah, he's a
Because
strong
Wadsworth
player.
is somebody who got the Grandmaster title recently and seems to be making a lot of significant progress in his chess career.
He's quite a positional player, isn't he? Although he seems to be playing more aggressively here, but in general, I always thought he was quite a
Yeah,
good technician in the end games.
that's right, absolutely. Yeah, his style is quite clearly defined. I mean, I would say that maybe you could argue he needs to take slightly more. I think he'll do well and finish in the top sort of 6 or 7. But in terms of winning the tournament, maybe he needs to take some more risks at times that he can play too solidly. That's just my feeling. But whereas I think a Marcus will take a gamble, right?
I thought Marcus quite likes keeping it safe, going for the end game as well. He tries to win, but he likes to
Yeah, that's true.
play quite positionally.
Maybe I'm just a Marcus Harvey super fan in general. So
Yeah,
G3 feels like a move that White might play at some point. This feels very dry,
he's
right?
just hoovering off the pieces, going for the end game.
I'm not really familiar with the person that he's playing against. Chopra name vaguely rings a bell, but
There's another Chopra, isn't there, who's an IM?
yeah. I think maybe either this player or somebody with a similar name played in the British Championships in Leicester. I think, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, very positioned by both sides actually, but it feels okay for Black, right?
Yeah, so I mean, he's got to try and win this, doesn't he, with White, which is not going to be. He's traded off pieces at every opportunity.
Well, I suppose his idea is that C6 is weak and also F7, but are you going to get enough time to attack those successfully? And you are a pawn down here.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Black shouldn't have any problems holding this position.
Absolutely.
Perhaps you can obviously bring the king towards the middle, maybe even put the knight on D6 for Black.
Yeah,
And
I don't think
then
Black
what's
is
White
going
going
to.
to play?
Sorry, yeah, I don't think Black is going to win this game, but I agree with you. I think it's going to be a big ask for White to win this. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess his natural plan would be to try and get his knight to C4, but it's quite hard to even get the knight there. I don't think you even can get it there, can you?
I think you're right there. Also, knight E8, knight D6 kind of nullifies that plan, and then you could. I mean, let's just look at a variation. Often, what I do. Hang on.
Maybe king E7 for Black.
King E7. Often, what I do when I calculate, I just try to think of one variation. Because I'm so lazy, I force myself and say, look, just think of one variation. So the one variation I might think of is knight D1, knight E8, knight B2, knight D6, knight C4. Very easy variation to calculate.
Just agree a draw.
And then agree a draw. Thank you. Let's go down to Wetherspoons, get a nice cheap meal, and thank you. Go back to the apartment and just be happy that I'm not in contention of British and I can just have a nice little holiday in Liverpool instead.
I think if you were White, that's how the game would
That
end.
is how the game would end, right? And then what's on at the local cinema, right? That's how you're looking at it. But
Matthew's probably a bit
But
more.
unfortunately, he's probably going to have to try to be a bit more ambitious than that.
more
But
ambitious
how
than you,
can
isn't
he
he?
do it? Yeah, it doesn't look obvious how you try to win this, though, right?
I guess you just have to keep on playing and hope something comes up.
Well, on that note, I think maybe we should go on a break, give everybody at home a little break from our beautiful faces. And yeah, okay, should you have a little break for about 15 minutes?
Sure, sounds
Cool.
good.
Get a coffee. Brilliant. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's brilliant to see everybody again. We've got a lot of comments coming through on YouTube, so we've got a lot of viewers. That's brilliant. We got a comment by Surprised No Luke McShane by Skeeter. I agree with you, Skeeter. I'm surprised Luke McShane is playing. However, I do know that he does a lot of coaching now, so possibly he's busy with that. Luke McShane is one of the best players in England. He did play last year. David Howe is also one of the top players in England. Is doing a lot of commentary work as well. So I think he's just finished doing the commentary on the Esports World Cup. Did you follow any of that Esports World Cup, Nick?
I watched a little bit of it online, but that's obviously the elite chess players,
Yeah,
not the
no,
likes of us.
yeah. It's surprisingly a guy called Magnus Owen Carlsen won the tournament. It's a huge shock. Magnus Carlsen winning a chess tournament. Whatever next.
He's quite good at all those rapid formats, isn't he, and all the
It's just
online
quite,
stuff.
It's just quite good. Full stop. Right.
Quite good at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to take a look at some of these other games we haven't looked
I
at?
think
Maybe
so,
sort of. I mean, one player we haven't looked at yet so far is it Baza Kutska? Maybe
Absolutely. Yeah.
maybe I
Baz-
haven't pronounced his name correctly.
he's playing against Gwilym Price. I think you played. We both played Bazakutska in the 4-cell last year, and I think we helped him get a GM on,
I
right?
think so. We did him a
I think
favour.
we were winning that game. I wasn't actually winning against him. I think I was doing okay at one point, but then he outplayed me.
Yeah, I played Gwilym Price not that long ago as well, and fortunately won against him. But
But he's based in your neck of the woods, isn't he? I think
He is.
He's like
Yeah,
in sort
based
of
around-
Surrey kind of area, right?
exactly, he tends to play for Guildford. He's quite a good player, actually. He's quite a hard player to beat. And actually, looking at this position, it's not 100% clear either.
No, so I mean, one of the moves you calculate checks and captures. Now, Black only has one good move against that move, but fortunately for him, it's a pretty good move. It's just Rook F8. Obviously, you do not take. That would be a total disaster because of this, and it's checkmate. But he's obviously seen that. So Queen E7 would be a move that I would think about, though, Nick, maybe potentially, or maybe tuck the king away.
Check first. It's the back line from F5 and it would be on my page.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like structurally, White's he's got a sort of slightly weaker king, hasn't he? His pawn on F4, as long as it doesn't become too weak, should be okay.
And the problem is you don't really have any play for White as far as I can see, whereas Black with a knight and h. You know what I was saying earlier about you should put your pieces close to your opponent's king. Particularly knights are very effective. Obviously, the queen is quite close to the white
I mean,
king.
if you play Queen E7 like you were suggesting,
Yeah,
Queen G4 looks quite problematic.
queen g4, absolutely.
King H1 and then Knight G3,
Yeah, this is looking
take, and then
nice
Queen
tactic.
H3,
Well
yeah,
played.
and it's over.
This is forced checkmate sequence.
So you have to be quite careful not to blunder straight away.
Yeah, yeah. So my queen e7 was a shocking blunder, not untypical by me. Although I suppose you could, if you were really desperate, play that move, but that doesn't look very. Well, in fact, knight f4 is looking very strong for Black anyway.
Yeah, I don't think
So Queen
White's
E7.
going for that.
Often when you calculate, you're rejecting moves as well. You use process elimination. So you'd say Gormally suggested Queen e7, therefore I'm rejecting Queen e7. Let's come up with a better suggestion.
Yeah.
That's one of the classic ways to reject moves.
Good process.
Yeah, King h1 maybe. You know, I'm thinking with the idea of putting the rook on g1 if I can get away with it. Can I play that move?
I mean, the rook on G1 gives you a bit of activity, doesn't it? Maybe. Well, it depends if you can sacrifice the F4 pawn at the right time.
That's possibly. I'm just going to drop a pawn, right? I mean,
Black probably play Rook F8.
It's going to go rook f8. And I'm just weak on it. I don't like the weaknesses on the light sweats, like around my king. You know, it feels very loose. Unless I've got a long-term attacking plan. I don't see a long-term attacking plan for White. This is defended.
Maybe it was actually correct to play Queen E8 check originally.
Okay, so let's go back to that idea. Queen e8. It forces that move. So it's often when you calculate, you should, I put a lot of emphasis on forcing moves. I like forcing moves, just moves that cut down on my opponent's options. That's why we always look at checks and captures, because they're easier to calculate. We can reject moves. So Queen e7.
Queen E7 or even Queen E6. I'm not sure which is. Well, Queen E6 they can maybe take on. No, they can't take on F4.
Why can't they take an f4?
Knight takes, Rook takes, Queen E8, I think.
Yeah, that's quite clever.
It's another one to fall for.
Another one to fall for, yeah, exactly. However, after Queen e6, I could just throw in. It's always useful because we see that Black has a lot of these problems with a king on the back ranks. It's always useful to throw in like h6.
So can White take on d6, or are we going to get mated? The black can force a draw if he wants it with queen g4 and then knight g3.
Yeah.
I
Just
don't know if
show
he's
that.
got any.
Could well
He
throw
might
that.
might be able to. You got rook e5, but yeah, you can at least get a draw.
This looks very dangerous, what Jack was suggesting. But maybe rook e5
Yeah,
holds.
maybe rook e5.
However, I'm also wondering after h6, there is another drawback to h6, which is that maybe you're allowing knight e7,
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
which is not ridiculous at all. Because knight f4, I'm hitting you with a rook f4. Although, actually, now I think about it, maybe you can just do this, can you?
Maybe the queen's hanging.
Oh, the queen's out. I told you I was out of form.
Yeah, knight e7
Too
is very
rusty.
strong.
Yeah, knight e7 is a nice try.
You might just be winning exchange.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still not completely clear. Should we have a look at some other games?
Sure.
Well, I think we'll stick until time control with some other games. But yeah. Until we get past, what time is the time control? Well, we don't know what time the time control is. It depends on the game, I suppose. Should we go to what other games can we go to?
Yeah, who's the next one? Stephen Gordon. That's
We
interesting.
haven't looked at Stephen Gordon yet.
Because he was looking like he's going to become a very strong player, but then he just seemed to stop playing chess, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he just got a bit fed up with the lack of money in chess, like a lot of chess players, and decided, like, I'm going to get a full-time job rather than be like a full-time chess bum. And yeah, it seemed to work out fairly well for him.
But you don't have to just play chess, do you, to make a living? You can do other things in chess.
Yeah, but you're still a bum, aren't you? Let's be honest. If you're if you're into chess, you're a bum. You know.
Chess is the greatest game in the world. I don't know what you're talking about.
This is the Gormally side of negative commentary, right? But I think I've forgotten what I was going to say now, which happens to me a lot. When you get older, you start forgetting your short-term memory
You're thinking
starts
about
to suffer.
Stephen and how
Stephen, I'm thinking about Stephen. I
his
think
life
about Stephen a
choices.
lot. Yeah, his life choices exactly. But obviously, no. What I was going to say was, even though he obviously stopped playing, the bug always gets you in the end, doesn't it?
a lot of people do come back to chess, even the ones that quit. You can't really
Even
help
Bobby
it.
Fischer, who famously gave out in 1972, ended up coming back in 1992 to play a match against Boris Spassky in Yugoslavia, in the old Yugoslavia. But actually, can you name the only English GM who quit for good?
James
Sadler
James
stopped-
James Howell.
James Howard.
Yeah.
Matthew Sadler stopped kind of playing full time, but he still played chess. But James Howe is an English GM who stopped playing altogether, which is kind of unusual. Not completely rare. Not completely unheard
So
of.
it was
James, a tournament a few years ago, tennis, perhaps.
Yeah.
They're actually a business conference in the same building as the exact.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
it's quite a positional game, isn't it? A lot of manoeuvring in this game.
Yeah. I mean, Stephen Jones is actually quite a good player, actually, and he finished second in the British Championships a few years ago. A bit of a
Only
surprise.
2 years ago.
2 years ago
Yeah.
in Leicester, he had an upset win against Daniel Fernandez in the final round, I believe. Fernandez possibly was tilting a little bit by that point, but still it was a nice game by Stephen to win that game.
Yeah, so he's quite a dangerous player, I think, Stephen Jones. He used to actually play in one of my local league chess teams as well. And he was always quite effective at beating weaker players.
He's based in Basingstoke.
I think so.
I came down to Basingstoke to play a rapid play recently. And it's funny actually because they were very nice there. They actually did like a speech beforehand. But I was a little bit thrown off by this because normally you don't. It was almost like you're having a prize given before the tournament. I thought this is gonna, this is gonna end badly if we don't do well, right? But fortunately, I think me and Steve we finished first and second.
So who was first? You were first, were you?
Of course,
That's why you mentioned it.
that's why I mentioned it. Yeah, but he's a lovely guy, Steve. He gave me a lift back to the hotel afterwards. But knight d5 feels like a threat for white
Yeah,
here.
he's looking for e3 to trap the queen, isn't he?
Yeah. So yeah, is knight d5 possible?
But is it whose move is it?
Oh, hang on.
Might be black's move.
Oh, it's black's move, but I thought he's just played at h5, right? Oh no, hang on, we've got some more moves. Queen a3. Okay.
Oh, he couldn't play knight d, or he maybe was afraid of rook d5 after knight d5. Although you might have had. But just look at that line in a second. So if knight d5.
Oh, you
if
want to go
rook- if rook
e3?
D, yeah, I'm trying to work out if this is gonna lose or win.
Very clever idea. This is why you're a former British champion.
I don't know. This could be a risky way of playing.
Why though? Why risk? Why is it risky?
I mean,
You
if,
must
if
tell
black
me.
has if black has another move here,
Maybe it's just winning by force.
I mean, you could always play. No, you can't actually.
Maybe he's worried about rook d5, e3, queen d3.
Yeah, you have to see.
Ah, yeah, good point. But then I get some comp. So I'll just show you that line. Rook d5. It's a very clever line, actually.
Because knight d5 obviously threatens the fork as well, doesn't it? So you can't just sit there.
No, b5 is nothing. I mean, I could even go queen a5, right?
Yeah.
So queen d3. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, firstly, what's his position like? Doesn't look that clear to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess black doesn't really have any obvious weaknesses. You normally would favour the queen over the rook and knight,
Maybe I can play some move like rook d8.
but black is quite solid there.
Black is solid. Maybe white is better, but it's not.
But
100%.
rook d8, you can take the rook and play queen e8 check. That's good for white.
Yeah.
And then win the e5 pawn.
Yeah, yeah. But also, as Jack pointed out as well, there's this move, which also looks good for white. So that's an interesting idea. So maybe knight d5 immediately was very strong. However, he played queen a3. And so let's just check with the engine, actually. Can we check with the engine? You were right.
And knight d5.
Knight d5
Good
was,
instincts.
queen d4 was a blunder.
Yeah.
And queen a3 was also a blunder.
Yeah, so sometimes you just get opportunities in games, don't you? I mean, I wonder how much time you had when they're down to about 11 or 12 minutes, was he?
It shows the time thing, right?
But I think as well, because I'm also a bit rusty. When you're a bit rusty, sometimes you just miss these opportunities,
Yeah.
and you got to get back into it. Because I don't think Stephen's playing that much at the moment,
No,
is he?
that's it. He did play Bangkok Open though recently. He didn't do great. He did okay.
Okay.
But obviously you're playing against a lot of these Asian juniors who are very underrated. And I think Nigel Shaw was playing that tournament as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, but yeah, it kind of feels like a knight d5 position, right? Because with this, but knight d5 there's also queen b2, but then
The fork on e7.
yeah, I think that was if the best move is queen b2, then you play knight d5. I mean, but he's just missed knight d5, and
Yeah, maybe just forgot about e3 here.
you forgot about Dre. I would say, queen a3 is yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of rust, isn't it? And then knight d5.
But
Now it's a game again.
yeah.
Now it's a game. Let's turn off the analysis. I still prefer to be white, but actually that move eventually wants to go knight e7 and undermine that knight, which is a very strong knight, right?
Yeah, it feels like white's slightly better with the extra central pawn, but still a long way to go.
It would have been a lot, could you imagine actually be sitting there at the board and starting to think about, actually, I had knight e5 earlier. You'd be kicking yourself, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sometimes you've got to try and forget about it, don't you? Just carry on the position you've got.
Yeah. Okay, so that game is completely in a balance where it probably shouldn't have been. Are these games drawing to a conclusion? I think Gawain has won, right?
Has he won, has he?
No, the game is still in progress. Or he will win.
Yeah, looks like he's going to win.
It's interesting that Bodhana is playing on this position. Actually, a good friend of ours, I should mention, Gavin Wall, who normally playing this, he passed away a few days ago. It's very sad. But Gavin was one of these people who got very annoyed when people would play on positions.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be very happy if he was white in his position.
Yeah, he got a bit upset with me once, I think, for
Yeah.
playing
you
on
mentioned
too
that
long
story
when I
you
was
were
a
like
junior.
about 10 or something.
Yeah, I think I was quite young, but
Yeah. But I think it's good fighting spirit, and Bod Hannah's showing here, and he's still thinking about the position. That's interesting, because sometimes when people play on lost positions, they just keep playing really quickly, right? It's interesting he's still going through the process. What do you think about this whole thing?
I mean, I think it's quite important for juniors to play on. And it's very frustrating when you watch the juniors that are beginners and they resign because the opponents can easily stalemate them or blunder. Usually, once you get to a certain level, you just accept that your opponent's not going to mess up. I mean, if you're playing against, defending champion and defending British champion, you just assume they're not going to mess
Yeah.
up. So I'm not sure if it's out of respect or just to save yourself the torture of finishing the game off. Quite often would resign in a position like this. But I don't think there's any downside to playing on, especially if you're a young player. Might as well play on and something might happen. And even if it doesn't, you might see an idea which you can use in a future game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a very famous saying is no game was ever won by resigning.
But yeah, having said that, it does look pretty much over. Should we have a quick look at the next one?
Yeah. I mean, one thing I should say is Gawain is another player who will fight on even if he's got a lost position. And has often turned around completely hopeless, but probably not quite that hopeless. I'm like the opposite, Nick. I always resign drawn positions now.
I tend to play on probably slightly longer than I should do.
Sorry? Oh, that's right. That's another one of my famous. I think I blundered from a winning position to a drawn position, and I immediately resigned, which is very typical. I think the problem. Did you ever do the online forum CL, Nick?
I didn't play it, no.
No. I think the problem with I just couldn't take the game seriously, and I was like sitting there watching the film at the same time.
Yeah, I
it's
think
like
it's
classical
quite
chess.
hard to play classical chess online. It's not really designed for it.
It's not.
So this position. So was it white to move here then?
Well, we left it around about after bishop h3, I think, and
So
he
played the
played my move, you know.
when white took on f5.
He decided to take. Interested in, I mean, I would have taken back, but clearly it was something.
Looks
wrong with that
natural.
move. He decided, well, it's pin, I suppose. That was his logic, that you can't take here because the bishop's hanging. So he decided to go bishop g5, but this doesn't seem to end.
Yeah,
very
this
well.
looks. Now you've got up the light square bishop as well.
Yeah,
Okay, this is horrible for black now.
I would say out of the favourites, like, you know, you got the 320-600. I think we discussed this as well on a YouTube video, didn't we, Nick? And I think we all like we both like Viti Yugov as maybe the most likely winner out of those three.
I think all three of them had quite convincing wins today, though. They've all looked strong, haven't they?
Yeah, you couldn't base it on this, but what I would say with Viti Yugov, he did very well at the English, but I think he would play better here. So therefore, considering how well he did at the English, and he's probably going to improve on that because he was probably a little bit rusty there, ring rusty. That's a good omen for his chances in the British winning the British Championships, in my opinion. But
I mean, yeah, suddenly he's looked good in this game, hasn't he? But so has Gawain and also Mickey as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're the guys to beat. You know, if you get a result against them, then you're going to do very well. And I think Supratit is probably close to resigning this one.
Should we have a look through the other games, see if we can find one or two that might be quite interesting?
Absolutely.
Come up to the time control.
Yeah. I think a lot of the top boards were. Well, so it's Jacob Yoon against Stuart Conquest. We left this. This has gone to an endgame now. I think we left it around about Queen D3, didn't we? And we said that the chances were fairly balanced. Black clearly has a lot of potential in their position. White decided to exchange a light square bishop, which
It's giving away both bishops. I mean, that one was more understandable. I guess it was the whole combination, wasn't it? Just try and double the pawns.
I think the engine did like knight e4 here. I did have a brief look, and it preferred knight e4. I'm not sure about bishop b8, because his idea is obviously, that's a typical idea when you've got the hanging pawns, that you remove the knight, and the idea is to take on c5, and presumably that would probably benefit white, because, okay, you can take on a6 there, but yeah, losing that pawn is quite significant. So he decided to take back the pawn. He felt like that was necessary. He's got to keep these pawns. Very important. Still looks okay for black.
But he gave away a pawn there, didn't he?
Now he's a pawn down, yeah. Yeah,
I
so
think all results are possible here, aren't they? He's got the d pawn could become dangerous. Actually,
yeah,
you have to be quite careful.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I mean, but knight f5, so what actually happens after, say, knight f5? Maybe bishop e4 is a problem. Is knight c7 a candidate move here? Or is that just allowing you to rob with your d pawn?
What do you mean you're going to take on c7?
Well, you don't have to take on c7. After knight c7.
You're just going to give up the exchange, are you?
How am I giving up the exchange?
I thought you wanted to play d3.
Oh no, but what I meant was take.
Yeah, that's what I meant, take. Yeah, take.
But rook e8, rook c8, sorry, is a move. Rook c8, knight e8, rook c5. Oh, but then knight f6 and knight d7 maybe. Starts getting a bit random.
Yeah, it's quite complicated. That might be okay for black though.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this is very unclear. This is a very typical Stuart Conquest game.
He likes the sort of messy games, doesn't he?
He likes some messy games, but you're throwing the dice a little bit against, the low rated guys, whereas they, like the top, I think that's maybe the difference. The top guys just seem to hoover these kind of pairings up. Whereas players like Stuart maybe are not quite as proficient. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think white probably would like to play knight c7 if he can get away with it, but I mean, after d4.
Oh, yes.
But do you think he's played knight f5, has he? Or was that your move?
Yeah, no, I think he has got knight f5. Oh no, maybe not. No, it's probably just my rubbish analysis as usual. No,
He has actually played it. Okay, bishop e4. So you're predicting their moves.
Yeah, yeah. For the first time today. Knight g3 is a move, but then, yeah, what are you doing with that knight? It's sort of, I'm not sure I like allowing bishop e4 with tempo. But let's say knight g3. Right?
Yeah, so after knight g3, where's the black bishop going?
I mean, also this knight, I wanted to go in here, but it does limit that bishop. Does a good job of controlling that square. Yeah, I feel like this is one of the games where, I said earlier tonight that I felt like this is one of the games that could be a potential banana skin. You got somebody in Stuart who doesn't play that much now against somebody who's playing a lot and is young and improving.
Would you put the bishop on g6 here, or?
Yeah. I'll get some comments from Stuart. So, Dan, why were you so negative towards me in the commentary? But you can't please everyone, can you?
It's quite a double-edged position, isn't it? You can still win this game.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So, apparently, someone's in trouble. Daniel Fernandez, is he in trouble?
Fernandez is in trouble. He was doing okay earlier.
We thought he was a pawn down, didn't we?
Messed it up.
Is this the position?
Wow.
I mean, that a pawn looks dangerous. He's got to try and get some mating attack, hasn't he?
Badasconi in the house. So yeah, I mean, around about here, I was checking it, and it said it was about equal.
Okay.
But clearly something's gone slightly wrong for black.
I mean, black could have, instead of queen d5, he could have considered a move like queen a4 and just try and get rid of the a pawn, couldn't he?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If he wanted to.
But the thing with Fernandez is he will always take a risk to win a game.
Yeah.
So he's a very risk-taking player, I would say, in general. He's not afraid to drop occasional But he will have occasional crashes against lower-rated players because of that risk-taking style. You know, he'll play dodgy openings. You could argue he plays a modern. He plays, you know, he's obviously a very strong player, but yeah. I think sometimes maybe you do need to just say, look, okay, a draw is not a good result, but there's a lot of rounds left. But a loss is a bit of a disaster, right? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, even in that position, he could have taken the A pawn,
Yeah,
couldn't
why
he?
didn't he
And
take the
that's
A
queen
pawn? That's
h4.
kind of weird. Oh, he didn't want to drop that pawn. Yeah, it's very drawish. That's the problem. It's very unlikely you're going to win this position, right?
You can still try for a bit, couldn't you?
You
But
could still try, but let's say rook c5. I go rook c1. Maybe queen g5 is also a move. Or
I think
rook e1 is
after
also-
rook c1, was there rook d6? Was
Oh,
there?
Fernandez has won. Wow.
Just in that line, was after rook a5, rook c1, was there rook c5?
Sorry,
just go to that
sorry, go
position.
back,
I thought I saw a tactic. I just
I
checking
thought I
it.
saw a tactic.
Then instead of g5,
Oh, yeah.
you were talking about rook takes a6.
Well, you mentioned that move.
Rook takes a6.
I'm too tired.
Queen
I
takes
can't spot any,
h4.
like, basic tactics.
Rook a5. Rook c1.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could play rook takes c5 here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Rook takes, rook
I'm
takes,
blundering basic
and then
tactics.
queen
No,
d1.
you're absolutely right,
We could put it on the board if you like, see if it
yeah,
works.
absolutely. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is like a safe way to play, right? But Daniel Fernandez does not choose the
And
safe
then you could
way.
choose, you might win a pawn and try to win from there.
But he seems to have paid off for him because chess.com has said that he's won.
Okay,
Really?
let's see what happened then.
That's crazy.
I mean, there were some sort of mating ideas.
Hang on,
Maybe
let me
one of them,
refresh.
maybe one of them came in. What?
Oh, wow, that's crazy. What the hell happened there? So he's gone rook a1.
Yeah.
G4 was played. Just had a Badasconia appear in the commentary room.
You have to be quite careful here, don't you? I mean, could you
Yeah.
take on g4?
Why didn't he just go here? Because if you take here, then you have queen e5, right? How
Okay.
can you lose? Maybe he's trying to win, right? But surely that's...
Yeah, that
risk-
looks good for
risk-free.
white, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks very good for white.
Yeah, just practically, why wouldn't you do that? It seems kind of careless. So he's taken.
So
He's gone
A7 looks very risky.
Oh, g3, maybe he missed g3.
Yeah, you
Kind
can't take the rook
Oh,
now.
maybe he was expecting that. He was expecting that move, and he missed g3.
But here, can you still? Can you? Yeah, I don't know what you can do actually.
No, because if you queen, I
You
can
just take
even
the queen. Just take the queen,
You
don't
just
you?
take the queen.
Yeah.
So it's actually
It's actually this is already a mistake. A7.
yeah, it's a big mistake.
Then he compounded it.
Well, that's quite a poor move.
Yeah.
That mate one.
Yeah. Suddenly, once black gets g3, and there's all kinds of tactics, aren't
Yeah, I
there?
mean, you could have demolished that idea by simply taking on a2.
The previous move, yeah, instead of a7. Yeah, there's no tactics now, are there?
But what would he?
There's
Just shows.
there's no tactics at all. It's just like free.
It's actually just winning.
Yeah, it's just a clear win.
Daniel Fernandez name on a trophy. But I think his level of playing this game wasn't great. But you know, he managed to win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, he got away with one, didn't he?
He got away with one, so that's a good win for Daniel. Sad for Frankie. I think Bodhana's game's finished, so we're assuming it's he lost. Let's carry on. Michael Adams has also won. Nikita Vitayugov is on the brink of winning. Shreyas Raw is Brandon Clark has won. Matthew Wadsworth, sorry, I was about to say Matthew Wilson. Matthew Wadsworth drew, right? We've still got Stephen Gordon's game is in the balance. Jonah Willow won. Simon Williams. Let's have a look at the Simon. Oh, actually, we need to turn off the analysis. This is where we're going wrong. But apparently he's slightly better here, as we had a quick look at the engine evaluation.
I guess he's going to try and play pawn h5 at some point and try to create the pass g pawn.
Dave Ledger says, I'm such a Gordon fan. I think he means Stephen Gordon. So that would be Caroline Robson, who's Dave Ledger's partner, probably using his YouTube account. and he said, "I'm such a Gordon fan. He's just so polite, friendly. He's a lovely guy, Stephen Gordon. He's from Oldham area, I believe, actually. But yeah, always a very nice guy, and played him on several occasions. What's your record like against Stephen Gordon?
I think it's probably about 50-50, I guess. Not too bad anyway. What about yourself?
I had a big plus score, but then he just started beating me, so
Okay.
it went rapidly downhill, which seems to happen with everybody actually. Is there anyone you had a really good score against and it went slightly wrong?
The only player like that is David Howell. I think I was at +4 against him at one stage.
Oh, right.
And now
Yeah.
I'm probably into negative territory.
Yeah, there's always that a moment when it starts going negative, right? See, let me try some of this water that we give them earlier. Camp. It's got a weird kind of lock on it as well. How do you actually open these things?
But this isn't Simon's kind of position, though, is it? He likes attacking positions and
Yeah,
it's kind of into a technical end game now.
because black would try to play b5 and c4, and then white would go king g4 and h5. And to be honest, that does look kind of a little bit drawish.
Yeah, you have to be a bit careful with white because you can lose that ending, can't you? I mean, if the black pawn gets a c3 and then knight b4, and suddenly you're in trouble.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be quite careful.
Very careful. Very careful. The c4, c3 is a dangerous threat.
So you said the computer thinks white's better here.
You know what? I'm more interested in? How on earth do you open this can?
You seem to be spilling. I think you just drink it.
Oh, you just drink it, do you?
I think so.
So I'm spilling water everywhere as
It's
well.
gone
I'm
for-
about to destroy all the technical equipment.
He's gone for c4. That's an interesting move. So he's given black that protected pass pawn on d4.
Can you take on passant? Does that change anything? Because then I get a huge control over d4 square, but that looks kind of drawish, right?
I think he's just sort of panicking a bit, making sure he doesn't lose this game, isn't he? He's trying to.
Oh, Simon. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh, no, of course he's worse, isn't he?
Is he worse? Or...
Oh, no, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking that he's black, but he's actually white in this game.
Oh, right. So he's
So the
worse.
engine was saying
you're
that-
confusing me.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Because I thought it looks like black's got chances here to,
Yeah, it
to
does.
win.
Yeah. Black's better. Wow, this could be a big upset if Simon loses.
I still think draw is the most likely result from here.
But it's a player he's playing that we're not familiar with. Roman Kowalski. It was obviously a lot of players came over from Ukraine. Ukraine currently in a bad situation.
What would you play here for black? Would you take it on passant or would you?
A6 is also a move as well, Nick.
Yeah.
I would be tempted. You've always got to think about your captures and checks. So this capture, I'm not so keen on because
Depends if you can attack that c4 pawn somehow. Maybe you can maneuver the knight around to attack that pawn.
So where would I could try this route, maybe.
Yeah, can you go in? No, if you go into b4, you might lose. So that's going to become a real pawn race, isn't it? But
Exactly.
you could end up just losing. Actually, knight before could be a blunder. That's probably a blunder.
It's possibly a blunder because of this move, and I'm starting to threaten this. So the question is whether now you do have to move your king.
Yeah, then you start pushing on the other
Then I
side, and
push it. And this is very nice. And then
this is probably winning for white.
I should get there first.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Just show that variation, c7, and it's game over. However,
So you can't go via b4. You'd have to go a different route.
maybe knight e7 with the idea knight c8, knight d6. But the problem is if you put the king on d3, what then? You run out of attacking ideas. And maybe then I start using the bishop a5 to c7.
Yeah, and I was wondering if black could start with a5 himself here. But the problem is that if white plays a4, your pawn is a permanent target. I mean, not here, but with the knight on c6. Yeah, it's a permanent weakness then, isn't it? The a5 pawn.
You know, I'm really happy. I'm sorry, Frankie Berlusconi fans and Frankie himself. I know Frankie's a lovely guy, right? I'm really happy that Fernandez won because Fernandez is one of these 2400, 25, well, he's 2500 actually, that I'm counting on to try and beat the big guys.
Okay.
You know, if he lost first round, that's destroyed my kind of. What he should have is fantasy chess British Championship. You should have like a little stable of players, right?
Sure.
I'm going to go with the 2,500, 2,400 players.
Each of them could have a value, couldn't they? Like fantasy football.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of which, what about Marcus Harvey? Because Marcus Harvey, we haven't seen for a while, and he's like my tip to win the whole thing, right? And we need Marcus to win the game. Oh, is he looking good here? What do you think?
Whose move is it here?
It seems to be white to play. Is it white to play? No, it's black to play. But this is a big
The
threat.
king, yeah, you can't really keep the king out of d4, can you?
And he's going to go h4. I think Marcus is going to win this
Yeah,
easily.
it looks like a safe win, doesn't
Ah,
it?
okay. So b4 check
Yeah.
looks natural now. And then when the king goes back, so say, for example, a variation like this,
Because you've got the h pawn as well, haven't you?
it looks like an easy win for white. So that's great. So Marcus is going to win. Actually, I shouldn't say. I'm not supposed to be biased as a commentator.
What about Richard? Do you want to have a look at Richard?
Oh yeah, let's have a look at Richard, because Richard's got a when Yi Shen Han won actually. By the way, that's another. Oh, he's drawn.
He drew,
That's a
did he?
disappointing draw for Richard.
Yeah.
He'll be a little bit annoyed about that, I would
Oh, yeah, because we
say.
were considering whether he would play queen e3, but he went for queen d1. We didn't
What was
trust
the
it.
analysis? Yeah, Queen E3 was
Queen
better
e3
for
actually
white.
worked.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Because of-
our instinct was correct.
what about your move?
But
Knight
he
G6?
didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like
Would to play a4.
When you get a4, but a4 does look kind of natural. It's a move that you should be able to consider. Oh, and then knight c4. That's probably the idea that you missed.
Yeah, it's quite hard to find all those moves.
What, 2 moves in a row?
Yeah, but it's just playing a4 and knight c4 and queen e3.
Yeah, yeah. I
Quite a
think
lot of
Queen
moves.
E3, but Queen E3, but some moves, Nick, you just play by hand, right? I mean, Queen E3 has to be right.
It felt like the right move, didn't it? We had to find the right continuation.
But of course, you know, if you don't see anything after this, and then you think you might just be losing.
He probably was analysing knight g6 and wasn't convinced by it.
Yeah, but that a5 was a shocker as well. This is quite a poor quality game, this. The g5 it loves. It loves the expansion on the king's side. a5, a4, and then he took. So this is all good by Richard. Queen b7, rook c7. Actually, queen b7 didn't like either. He said knight d7. With the idea of setting up some kind of positional motif.
Yeah.
That's tricky. That doesn't look obvious. Actually, it's a very nice idea, actually, to go here.
You try and trap the rook. Yeah, you're just trapping the rook. It feels like your knight might get pinned, doesn't it?
Yeah, so bishop b8, you can take maybe that knight c4 idea again. No, knight c4 probably. You could play that knight c4 idea again, right?
Oh, if they play rook b8, you take and then play knight c4. That's the
You
key.
take and go knight c4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the key. Because if you don't have that, he probably didn't see that idea.
you probably didn't see that idea. Yeah.
So then you actually just trap the rook.
It shows our tactics. You know, computers are monsters. They just see all these tactics, and when you analyze the game afterwards, you're a patzer for missing knight d7. You're a patzer for missing
Even
this.
in that line, though. Oh yeah, because the knight on c4. Yeah, because after rook b8 takes knight c4, I was thinking, oh, can black just move the queen? But in fact, you can just move your queen as well because the bishop on
Exactly.
e4 is hanging.
So just to show that line anyway, just in case people, what on earth are we babbling on about? Right,
Yeah.
this is really good, and now queen d1 is good now, right? Or queen
Yeah.
a2, and
It's
know,
quite hard to see all those moves.
it's just a tactic. Again, I think Richard he tends to suffer from rust in a lot of these tournaments because he doesn't play that much, really.
He plays a lot more than I do.
Get a little dig in.
No, I think he does play quite. He
No,
does
he
play
plays a
bit.
fair bit,
He's not that rusty.
He's not that rusty.
He plays more
plays
than
London League
Stephen
as
Gordon,
well.
for example. Doesn't play that much.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So what happened in the game then? So this was the other variation.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So he didn't play that. He went queen b7, which is kind of a straightforward move, maybe not the best, and then it's sort of fizzled out for a draw.
Because it looks like he's still got the passed a pawn here, doesn't it? And he might be able to.
I mean, that
Do something with his
that
A
move
pawn.
actually gives black good chances, I would say, if you take the pawn, even though you do have the a pawn runner.
It's double edged position.
Yeah, he could have lost that if the guy went rook c6. Yeah, this is like the old
Kind of peter out now,
rook
isn't
and,
it?
rook and pawn end games. You know, the old all rook and pawn end games are drawn, right? Yeah, and it actually decided to agree a draw here. Even though white's a pawn up, black's activity is really good. And yeah, I mean, objectively, from a practical point, you'd probably rather be black here almost, right?
Yeah, he probably didn't fancy the time scramble, and he's got to find some moves.
So, I mean, people dropping disappointing draws in the first round, Matthew Wadsworth as well.
Are there any time scrambles coming up that look quite interesting?
Well, Shreyas is completely winning. I mean, this game we left, Stephen Gordon's apparently now a lot better. This game is actually looking a bit dull. Not much going on. Although I think Baptista will still try to win this, right?
He'll definitely try and win.
He'll definitely try and win. He's one of the better players for his age in the world, you'd say, really. I mean, given he's only about 17, right?
Yeah.
So he's pretty good, but this British Championships is a high level, you know. I mean, you know, I think these guys, if they genuinely want to win the tournament, they've got to start well. You know, if you're playing against people like Mickey Adams and Viti Ugov and Gawain, and you know they're going to start well, right?
They all have started well, haven't
And
they?
they've all started well. If you're dropping draws and then suddenly you're like a point behind them, you're just not going to win the tournament.
Yeah.
You know, so if you have any chance at all, you've got to go in. When you play them, you've got to go in on the same score as them. Jacob Youn is doing well, apparently.
Yeah, this was a game you thought might be a potential upset. It's still a bit double-edged even here, though. Where they're coming into the time scramble, aren't they? How many moves they got left? 4 moves? 5 moves left?
Yeah. Apparently, is this good for white? What's your assessment? I think it's about equal, right?
It wets the pawn up.
What's the engine saying? It's saying that white is better off b4, but I agree with you. It's very murky, right? There's not much to say about this game.
But you'd still play for a win with black, wouldn't you? With if you're playing a lower weighted player.
Apparently, Peter Robeson game is interesting. So let's have a look at the Peter Robeson game, because we haven't mentioned Peter Robeson, who is another sort of 2400s. Marcus Harvey's won, so that's good for Marcus. He needs a bit of a confidence. He's had a bad period recently. He hasn't played very well, so this is an important tournament for him, I think, to get a bit of confidence going. At this game, Peter Robeson's black.
So he's a rook down, but he's got some checks. I think if white can somehow get out of the checks, though, it should just be good for white, shouldn't it? Can you get out of the
I don't
checks?
think he
Queen
can. I think he can make a
H5.
draw, right, by force, but can he win?
Because Queen F4, you got Bishop G3, which I think
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah.
So, well, can you? I think that's winning for white, isn't it?
Check. You're going to run out of checks here. This is bad. So the only
Over
other
Queen H5 might draw.
option is go Queen H5. I think it's a draw, because King here does check. Checks keys.
Yeah, I mean, well, white hasn't made any progress anyway.
Well, hang on a minute. Could black try and win this? What position are we on?
King H2, I think, from white. It's a Queen H5. Maybe just safest is to bring your king back to G1.
So I can't try and win this with something like this.
You could try.
Being an incorrigible optimist,
You could give it a go.
as they say, right? What about if I go check? Well, where were you going again?
We should just play King H2.
Well, can't you go here? Or is that silly? Or is that allowing Bishop G3? That's the problem. Just allows Bishop G3. You really have nothing.
It's quite double-edged, isn't it, still?
Again,
Yeah,
it's-
I think your other line was maybe better with the Queen H5 first.
right. King G1, and now what?
Rook F4 if you really want to go for
Rook
it.
F4, yeah. Queen C8, Jack's saying. Can you maybe even take this because of this?
Bishop G3 is
Jack
quite an annoying move.
Jack
Yeah.
is a very tactical player. He's a bit of a tactical genius.
Yeah, this is probably taking
As
a lot
I've
of
learned
risks.
to my cost on many occasions.
This is looking quite risky now.
By the way, you've got Brandon Clark in there. Well done, Brandon Clark, for winning your game. Congratulations.
Do you want to have a look at the end of Brandon's game?
Should we have a look at
Because
it?
we saw
Yeah.
that it was quite. Yeah, we thought you were in trouble at one stage, but then it got a bit messy.
How do we go back to the games? Right. So Brandon, actually, when I checked with the engine, it never said you were in any kind of significant trouble. So yeah. So how much of this was preparation?
Do you want to come and sit a minute? Just go through the
You can sit here if you like. If you like.
Yeah, yeah. If you want, mate, we'll go through the game.
Show us your first round game. Yeah, it looked like he had a big centre, didn't it?
So
We'll
I
get-
look until about 6.
Yeah, it looks quite scary, this E5 and C5 idea.
Yeah.
That's all theory, is it?
Yeah, I did up until here.
Okay.
And then after my I had no idea what to do. So I thought queen a5 looks very principled, right? But yeah, d5 looks very scary.
Oh, you're worried about D5?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't know what else I can do.
Yeah, Queen A5 seems
It's not
okay,
ideal
doesn't
for
it?
a first round, is it? Against these,
I don't
you
know,
know,
but
PLPs.
they're all quite tricky though, aren't they? So as long,
Yeah,
as,
but
you, as, long as you get the win.
I'm actually at the opposite view because I think if you're playing against junior, you know, or anyone actually who's lower rated, you wanna sharpen up the game, right?
Especially
Well,
with black.
Yeah, black, yeah. But
You know. But,
maybe not quite this sharp, though.
so, were there any interesting games lines in the game you were calculating?
Yeah, there's a few. I was looking at, I wanted to make b4 work. I think knight e4 is very strong here.
Right.
If he tries to accept everything, with check, king here, take.
Yeah.
I think I get to take, because queen, take, queen b4, I think. Very strong.
Right.
Probably has to take, check, king here, bishop 5.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's dangerous, isn't it? Yeah.
But yeah, I saw knight e4 and I didn't like this much. Because then he's always going to get bishop c4 and control all the light squares. So I figured, okay, maybe I have to start with this.
It's a solid move, right? Nice.
Yeah, exactly. He took. I wanted to play for a dirty trick here, but I was like, okay, it's guy's too good.
Oh, Bishop F5.
Five,
Yeah.
might be free.
We actually mentioned that as well. That's a Queen A2 idea as well.
It's completely stupid. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of
Mine-
played for it. I played bishop b6 first, and now because king b1, then of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that as well.
We thought he might have to take the knight, didn't we? But
He found a very good way out of this. Like, I thought he was in a bit of trouble here, right? b4's coming next, but he found he took, I had to take. I mean, maybe I should play b4, but I wasn't quite sure.
Sure.
I was already getting quite a long time here as well, so I can't just take, he takes, and then he's got queen e3.
Oh wow.
Damn.
yeah, I think taking the knight on C5 was necessary just to stop all these tricks.
Double attacks are very annoying. So I have to take on a2 and he just takes on c5. Bishop b3, rook d7, f5. I can see anything better than this. Yeah,
You got Queen A1 ideas, yeah.
Yeah, queen a1. And I had to take, I think. Because if I don't take, I really want to play something like this, but I think he's just going to sack the rook. I've got to be careful not to get, oh, actually it's not free. So let's say I play this first, bishop d3,
Right.
and then knight f6.
Yeah.
He'll sack the rook and
Yeah.
play queen a3.
I love that.
And I'm going to
I
get,
love that. Yeah.
going to get absolutely immortalized.
Oh
I play
wow.
b4 like queen a5 maybe. Just stupid position.
Yeah, your pieces are a bit stuck,
Yeah,
aren't they?
it's like, okay, let's not go down history. So, what did I do? I took on d4, took, rook c8, and then yeah, bishop b2 is just in time to defend everything. Because I thought initially if he plays this, I go bishop a2, bishop d3, rook f6.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
But he always just has king c2. But
So,
then,
yeah.
I realized a very nice finesse. If I play this move,
Yeah.
rook e6, bishop f3, knight here, bishop d5. If I take, check, takes, he has queen d5, right? Because the king is not here. So, bishop a2, forces
Right.
king c2, and now knight d7, bishop f3, knight d5.
Oh, this is what happens.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
quite
so
nice,
it's-
nice move. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's just
wow. So really, you're up to the level of like people like Adam.
The odds have just come down on Gormally bookmakers.
Look at the time, I almost flagged, just trying to work that out.
Well, you know, I put you as
It's
18 to
getting a
1,
bit old.
18 to 1 to win the British, right?
It's probably going to go down after this.
But I made the point actually that if you're going to do well in the British, I think it's very important to start well. Like if you genuinely have a chance of winning, like people who drop in draws at the start, like Wadsworth and Richard Pert, they're going to struggle to win. I think because when you're playing people like Adams and I'm not, it's going to be difficult anyway, and Jones and Fitzhugov, if you're behind them in points, it's just really difficult. I mean, would you agree with that, or do you think?
Yeah, I think I made a mistake last time I played in Torquay, where I got off to a good start and then I just kept some quick draws.
Ah,
With classic mistake.
Richard, yeah, and then I sort of fell behind the pack and then just
Yeah.
couldn't
that's
catch
right.
up.
That was a
So
groove.
how far away are you from the GM title now?
No, that's why. Still need all three norms.
Oh, you need all the norms, do you?
Not
Okay.
rating, but need the norms. So it's still miles.
So you've been over 2,500, have you?
Thankfully, yeah, because I'm going back down the other way now.
So you don't need to go over it again.
Yeah, no.
Just need to get some norms.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But when I spoke to you on Facebook like a few months ago, you were like, "Oh, I don't like playing chess anymore, and I hate chess."
It's tricky. It's also preparation.
Yeah, but now you're coming back. Now you feel like the vibes again. It's very hard to stay away from chess. It's so addictive, isn't it?
Can be.
You didn't sound very enthusiastic there.
I'm just like I like rapid blitz. So
Yeah.
it's just like I get a bit paranoid about preparation. And stuff like that.
Yeah,
So it's
definitely.
difficult.
Well, anyway,
This
thanks
was-
for showing us
this
your
was a good
game.
game, though.
So,
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
D1,
So, oh no, sorry.
rook D8.
Mm.
There's probably a few ways to win this, but I thought this.
Oh, I thought that was the end of
Oh,
the
yeah.
game. I
Okay,
thought that was
No,
the
no,
end of
because
the
he
game.
took
Queen D1, yeah.
Oh,
Nice
wow,
finish.
brilliant. Well, thanks a lot for showing us that game.
That was a really good
Alright,
game, though. Yeah, well done,
thanks a lot.
Brandon. That's a good game. Well done.
By the way, Jack, do you want to come on quickly and show us your game? And maybe we can try and let's just quickly look at Jack's game and then.
Wasn't quite as high quality as that game.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Have we got that game? We should have the game on the board.
46.
Right, we're not going to use the engine. We're just going to try and. Who are you playing, by the way?
Paul Carpenter from Jersey.
Paul Carpenter. Right. It's not a player I'm very familiar with. So you were white. You were black in
I
this
was
game.
black.
You
yes.
got through how many moves? 44 moves quite quickly.
Yeah.
Can we turn the? Maybe we could. No. Let's just leave the board as it is for now, in case we
Yeah.
mess anything up.
Yeah. So, yes, I was expecting Bishop B5 here. That's what Tim Paulden plays.
It's quite nice when they play these like slow openings against you and you're black, because you
Yeah.
can just get a decent position and
Yeah.
not have to worry about getting out prepped.
I think D3 feels a bit wet.
He's playing the hippo, and I used to play the hippo, so I had some idea what's going on.
At least that move has a bit of oomph behind it, Bishop E5, but D3 feels a bit insignificant. F5 is a very aggressive move, Jack.
Yes, well, generally, I used to play the hippo, so I know that the dangerous lines are when pawns go forward. That looks, I think F4 was the right idea, but I probably played it too early.
It feels a little bit premature, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Would you say you're quite an impatient person in general, Jack?
I don't know, maybe.
That's very fence-sitting response. Okay, so... Yeah, this all looks kind of normalish.
Yes. I'd miss Bishop takes D5 check.
Oh, nasty. So the idea is that if you take, he's going to go Queen H5
Yes,
check.
I probably should have gone for this anyway.
And what would you go
Yeah, so
King
draw
G8?
back.
King
Then you-
D8,
yeah.
Queen D5.
You can't go here, presumably, no, because of
I
Rook
wouldn't even
E1.
think of going there.
No. So Bishop E6, and what is happening now?
Pawn down, but I've got two bishops. It's better than the position I got in the game, certainly.
Right.
So
Okay, that's interesting. So you
I went King F8 instead.
did you play that move quite quickly, King F8?
Yeah, I just haven't seen, just do back to E4.
Right.
So Bishop E5, try to get his bishop off. D4. It was about this point it dawned on me just how bad my position actually is. So
I mean, he's consolidating his
Did you
position a
go
bit
Queen
now.
here?
he went Queen H5. Yeah. So
What about Queen D3? Was that also an option?
it's probably an option as well.
But
Yeah.
it does look good for white anyway, right?
Yeah.
Even after we played in the game, right? Bishop E6.
Yes. So
Why didn't he take with a queen?
is a good question.
Feels more active to take with the queen, right?
Yeah,
I mean, bishop h7 also looks good.
yes. But yes, by this point he has but after h3 he has 4 minutes left.
Wow.
I mean, I guess that's one of the advantages
So-
of your style of play. Is that
Yeah.
you put them under time
So,
pressure.
so I'm just going straight into swindle mode here, going b5, trying to. It actually has a defensive point as well, to give me an answer to bishop a3 check, which might otherwise be annoying. But yes,
Wow. So
just
this,
leave that rook hanging.
yeah.
It's actually
Might-
starting
might
to
as
look
well
quite
for-
dangerous
Might
already.
as well force him to have to analyse bishop takes e8 every time.
This already feels like it's turned a bit. What do you think?
Yes, I mean, it probably should still be winning for white, but it's. Yeah,
Could he have maybe taken on f6?
very possibly.
And then that would hit the queen directly, it'd force you
Yes,
to
sir,
take.
yeah.
And then maybe play some move. I'm not sure what though.
Queen h8 check was what I was expecting.
Queen h8, yeah. And then after king here,
Queen g7 check.
queen g7. And if king here? No, you can't really go there, can you? Probably have to go to d8, right?
Probably.
And then queen f6.
Yes.
This
okay.
feels good for white, right?
Yeah,
Because you can always just take back at some point.
yeah,
Yeah, so maybe that was the missed win for white.
maybe.
But he took that. Okay, still some kind of Yeah, but now you're getting very active, right?
Yes, I'm now just pawn down and.
You didn't consider taking with a bishop? Or you worried about some knight hitting?
Yeah,
So you took with a queen. That's a very
Yes.
active move. And now you're hitting f2.
yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay, so I'm pawn down, but I've got plenty of play. And, yeah, so.
So at this point in the game, you felt like you were probably gonna win.
Probably, yes. I mean,
And your king in the endgame is very active.
yes.
Oh, now you've got the mating net potentially.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He wasn't very happy
He
with
just
what
plundered
appeared on
the
the
night, yeah.
Yes.
So that was a nice win.
It was quite, I mean, yeah, it was quite a mess, wasn't it? I
It
think.
was a lot of a mess, yes.
So at some point, it possibly did have you as losing. What stage were you maybe did he miss a forced win? I mean, at this point, he was still okay, but he'd obviously messed up his advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, knight f6.
Knight f6 here is.
That's what I
That
said.
was
Yeah,
his last chance.
that was his.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe even earlier that he had his huge advantage. He said he should even give up the rook and just go for full development.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think you need to improve on that, Jack, in order to win the British.
It's the first step.
It's the first step, yeah. But thanks anyway for showing us your game and coming on the commentary. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, well,
Right. I think should we carry on for now? And then
were there any, have we got the time control yet? Or
yeah, probably.
just a quick look at the results, see if there's any other results that have come in.
I mean, Nikita is. Oh yeah, we had a look at
did.
that. That was a shocker. That was a shocker. Yeah, thanks, John. But we had a look at that game, and we were very surprised that Frankie didn't just take on. He could have taken on E5 at some point, right? Was that right? Or
Yeah, he just allowed the
not
G3
take on
move,
E5
didn't he?
immediately, but it was just.
He allowed that G3 move, and then he was suffering.
Yeah, he could have traded rooks.
Yeah.
Like this was quite a simple way to play. I'd always think about, when I'm playing, try to prevent your opponent's counterplay is very important.
Yeah, I think
And-
A7 was a big. After A7, was he lost or not?
I think possibly, yeah, that was
Yeah,
a
he's
huge
losing then.
turnaround, or
Yeah.
you'd had to defend it incredibly. Yeah, rook f1.
He's just lost, isn't he?
I think he just missed you. How much time did he have? Doesn't show the time, but
He says here 7 minutes 50. It's probably enough time.
it's enough time to work that out. That just trading. So that was a poor one from Frankie. That's unfortunate because he's had a tough time chess wise lately. So he's going to Amit one against Edward Jackson. Big win for Amit. Shreyas is on the verge of winning. Brandon, we know, has already won. Willem is
Have a look at that game. Was he doing well, Willem?
Willem is
He's doing okay.
he's doing okay. I think we should look at the Simon Williams game because
Sure.
that was really in the balance. And,
Yeah, it might be. Willem might get a draw from that game.
oh no, Simon drew. Yeah, that's unsurprising. I think actually.
Yeah, so a few players have dropped draws, haven't they?
Yeah, disappointing draws for them, I would say. I mean, pretty much.
What about Dave Ledger? How's his game?
Dave Ledger.
Well, he's holding his own, isn't he? Yeah, I never really like giving away the dark square bishop.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, we'll just go through those moves again. Actually, turn off the analysis. Yeah, this is like a line in a knight off, right?
Yeah.
But it's a little bit different because the knight's on c6 rather than the pawn would be on a6. So the line in knight off where you go, which is very well known, where you
Sort
go.
of drawing line.
Yeah, I actually saw a disgusting game that I had years ago against Alex Shabalov, where I was an upfloat in the last round. He needed a draw to win the tournament,
Yeah.
and I was black, and we ended up playing these moves, and it was a draw. You know, these
Well,
moves where you
that
go
doesn't
like Bishop
surprise me.
C1. Yeah, yeah. And I remember there was an African GM before the night before the game. I was saying like something like, "No, I'm going to go for it." And he's going, "No, you're just going to draw quickly." I think he knew me too well, right?
You always do that, don't you?
I always wuss out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be braver now. You know, I turned down a couple of draws in my last tournament, so I'm trying to, you know, I'm turning over a new leaf.
How did that work out for you?
Well, I got half out of 2 in those 2 games, but you know, so what? It's more about the fighting spirit.
That's good.
Okay, so let's go back to the game. And this is also a game where, sorry, we're going back to the opening. Yeah, so I play this a lot, this knight c6 line, and bishop e3 is not a normal move in knight c6 line.
Sure.
Obviously, they normally go bishop g5. That's the main line, and then black generally plays e6, although a lot of players play bishop d7, or even after. I think this is a very funky line now, where they do this, right? They play this line.
So I think there's a lot of different ways you can move things around as black, aren't there?
Yeah. And another very popular line is bishop c4, and I quite like going queen b6 there. However, Dave played bishop e3, which I don't think is supposed to be a very good move, and quite clearly because of black's response, which is knight g4, attacking the bishop. Where does the bishop go, right? Bishop g5.
I think every time you play bishop e3, you've got to watch out for knight g4, don't you? That's the main
Yeah.
idea in these Sicilian positions.
So this is a good version of the same line, because normally in the a6 line, where you play this kind of stuff with h6 and g5, the knight's still on b8. But here the knight's already creating pressure against the centre. So this is a good version for black. Bishop g7 is a good move. Another thing I should note, in the old days, they would never take on c6. It was considered a positional blunder, but computers have shown you that the gain of time is more significant. Computers love taking on c6. So that's something where
I don't really like it that much in general, but
okay, just destroyed my whole...
maybe in certain positions.
Yeah. But as you were saying, you don't like the capture on c3. I agree with you. Nick.
I mean, that's just a phenomenal bishop. You're giving it away for a knight.
I hate that move. Why not castle or go knight e5 maybe? Is h5 a move? Is that a move?
Yeah, I just don't like giving away the
No, I agree with you.
dark square bishop.
It's a disgusting move. It's a disgusting move. However, black probably played it with some idea in mind.
Because white's not even castle queenside, so you're only weakening the queenside pawns.
Yeah. But black's king here is very safe. I mean, it's a bit of a dull position, I would
So
say.
I wouldn't be that comfortable as black here. I would feel like my king's still in the middle. White's king is very safe.
Yeah,
It
but
would
how
have-
does white make progress? Maybe king h1, f4, or f3, and drop the bishop back. Slow, some kind of slow plan.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, queen d4. Ah, okay. I don't like what Dave's doing there, like swapping queens. That feels very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have gone king h1 there.
Yeah, maybe just slowly just try and open up the centre.
I think white's doing okay. I mean, I was saying white's a lot better, but practically speaking, yeah, I agree with you. I think.
It's easier to play as white, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, queen d4 very strange, and this just looks completely wrong because you don't want to go into an endgame where your structure's worse. These pawns just look very weak. Got to be careful what I was saying actually, because Caroline Robson will be watching this. Oh, Dave Ledger. So Dave Ledger is on YouTube and playing the game at the same time.
Yeah. He's
Surely that's
famous.
some sort of cheating. But no, that's actually his partner, Caroline Robson.
But this bishop on a4, you've got to be a bit careful it doesn't get trapped as well.
Yeah, yeah. This bishop looks very bad, and
I think somewhere black went wrong, didn't they? Because
black.
Dave then had a good position.
Oh, you mean by the end?
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
somewhere around this
Maybe
part of the game.
c4 is.
Maybe not taking on b4 was a mistake and undoubling the pawns.
I agree with you. Yeah,
It doesn't.
you're
it
quite
looks a
good
bit
at.
artificial.
I've noticed you're quite good at spotting a mistake.
I don't know.
That's probably why you're a GM, right?
You were GM.
I'm also a GM. I'm not very good at spotting them.
Anyway,
Anyway, let's carry on. And c3. Yeah, rook e3. This is great by Dave. He's
yeah.
hitting the pawn,
he's
right?
right back in the game now, isn't he?
Back in the game. Obviously,
Yeah, that's one of those moments, isn't it, where you just got to decide whether to just take the draw.
yeah.
And sometimes you should just take it. Well, actually, Dave's playing for the win. Dave's actually playing for the win. He turned down the draw.
Right, that's interesting. Yeah,
A brave decision.
brave decision. I agree with you. Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see that fighting attitude from Dave Ledger, who is also platform. We've got platform players everywhere, just dominating chess. King f1. Bishop e6. Yeah, I think black is okay here,
It
right?
looks like it's okay for black. It should still probably be a draw here. Yeah, he's changed his mind now. He's begging for the draw. But it's
No,
too
rook
late.
c2. Rook c2.
No, but white was. the
Yeah,
one that
yeah,
draw. Now,
yeah,
it's,
of
now he's
course.
now he looking for it.
But what is black's plan though to make progress here?
Yeah, it's not that easy, is it? White doesn't really have any weaknesses, so I think it's still quite likely to end up as a draw.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like an obvious way to make progress for black, to be honest. Maybe e6, f5, but then e5 is always hanging.
You could just get in trouble, couldn't you, if you play that way?
And you can't really bring the bishop round. So I think Dave is holding, but of course, also he's up in the clock actually.
It's one of those positions where actually black could also get back in trouble again, so they keep turning down the draws and then
Okay,
the game changes a bit.
should we try and find any other interesting games that are still going? I don't think there are many.
Has Nikita won?
I think he's on the verge of winning. He's on the verge of winning. He's 2 pawns up in the ending.
I mean, to be fair, Supertit's actually played quite a decent game, hasn't he? He's given him quite a good match.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Well, he's obviously one of the better juniors for a reason. But the thing about Nikita is he's a very good technical player. He loves endgames. And you see here, he's rather than winning the game in the middle game, he's just decided, right, I'm going to win the game in the end game because I'm very confident in my end game ability. I remember I played him at a British Rapid Play a few months ago, and sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, is it white to move here?
Sorry, it's
It
bad
looks
at
like
the
it was
beginning.
white's move.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah,
Do you think you could consider rook d2? There's one interesting line. If black plays rook d5, which you probably wouldn't play. White's got this.
Oh, you
nice
want to go
move.
knight
White's
c3, knight b5? Yeah, well, yeah, well spotted. Yeah,
just want to play a cheapo.
yeah. Just show that. That's a very clever idea, right? And you could go there, but then you'd probably end up losing this tactic. And then, like here, drops exchange. So the main idea is rook d6, but then knight b5 is just winning material. So rook d2 feels like a very obvious move because just a winning move, really. I mean, I don't really see a good response to rook d2. Rook b2 you could play.
But you just take and play d7,
You could just take, yeah.
and then you
Queen the
can't.
pawn.
Then you queen the.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to stop that pawn actually.
This is completely over. It's completely over.
Just a
So
bit
well done to Nikita. He's going to win that game. And I would say he's one of the favourites to win the tournament.
What about Stuart Conquest? Does he?
I think he turned the game around a little bit, didn't he, Stuart? He's looking good now. He could just take the pawn on d5, but he's looking maybe some other options like c8.
Yeah, it feels like he's got the upper hand now, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got this huge. This pawn on d4 is a monster pawn. It's supported by the pawn e5. But having a very supported d pawn like that is massive, I would say, in this endgame.
I'd probably just take the pawn, take on d5.
I think so. Yeah, it's the simplest, right? You probably calculate this and then try to bring the rook over, but maybe even king c6 actually. But let's say I went here and you went here. Maybe this is still just good, right?
Yeah, there's also rook d6 as well. There's another idea if you want to.
d6, yeah, hit the pawn. That's a better move because here, this I don't think is going to end well for white. This again, this just
Yeah, it's still a bit of work to do, isn't there?
better work because h4 maybe coming, but maybe I could start with this move. But what do you actually play here? Rook g7 maybe. Yeah, maybe I made it more complicated than it should have been. Because this will happen quickly. Maybe this is the only chance of white. He's kind of grasping at straws in this endgame for white.
Yeah, you still have to be a bit careful. I mean, there was also the option after rook, if you go back to position after king takes d5, rook a5. I mean, I was thinking about king c6, but we might have to be careful. If you play king after rook, king takes d5, rook a5, king c6 here. I was trying to work out.
covering all the entries.
I was trying to work out what f4, but the f4 king.
Oh, you want to go here maybe?
I don't think that works, does it?
No, because you can bring the rook back just to show that variation. Rook here, and then the rook comes to d1. Is clearly not what black wants. So
after f4, you could play king b6. F4 is quite useful if you can take that pawn and.
yeah, I don't like this variation.
Doesn't
You
look
could
so good,
take and
does
go
it?
king e4. Yeah, I mean.
Suddenly white's doing okay.
I mean, I quite like. I must admit, I would certainly seriously consider going here. I don't see what's wrong with that move.
Maybe that's white's main plan is rook check and f4. Anyway, just to try and weaken the e5 pawn.
But what's wrong with just rook c8? Because rook c3 feels like a positional win for black.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly that's the best move.
I don't know. Yeah, I would expect Stuart to win from here. I mean, I think he's used his greater experience in this game quite well. So white did have a good position, but Stuart's kept his calm. One thing I would say about Stuart, yeah, he's used to like, sharp positions, used to like handling difficult positions. So a little bit like Fernandez type player, I would say. He's good at getting there on the finishing line, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. So Stephen Gordon won against Stephen Jones, even though he missed that win earlier. Declan Sharfy lost to Jonah Willow. Well done. Trisha, a good draw against Peter Roberson, so that's a good start for Trisha. Yeah, I think we kind of.
There's a few drop draws, aren't there?
Yeah, we kind of. Should we wrap it up fairly soon, maybe? Because I think we're getting towards the end of the. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we could wrap it up because it doesn't seem like there's much going on.
Maybe just watch the end of the board 2 match.
Let's just watch the
Feels
end.
like it's nearly at
Let's
the
just
end.
watch the end. The final moments.
So d7. Oh, there's another nice trick there, isn't there? If black plays rook d5,
Yeah.
I think you can play rook d2. you want to put that one on the board?
Oh, and then this knight c5 right here. You're full of tricks, aren't you?
It wasn't my trick, his trick.
No, it's his trick, yeah.
So if
The
you
idea
do-
is after you take, I go knight c5. Now again, this is a lost ending, obviously. You can't do this because I'll win the exchange. So you go
Rook d6.
d6, and then I have this lovely trick, rook d4. I mean, to be honest with you, maybe even knight e6 wins anyway, because rook and pawn in games possibly winning anyway because of this.
Yeah.
This is pawn, but why bother when you got a lovely trick like this? And the old saying is, when you've got a winning position, the tactics work in your favor, right? You know, all good technique is about good tactics.
Sure.
So
So does black have any move there after d7?
but after this move, what's your actual threat? Could I bring the king across? If I go king f7, how are you winning the game?
Is he playing knight c3 anyway?
Knight c3, yeah, yeah, tactical win, yeah, and then just a simple win. I mean, to be honest with you, even knight f2 is also winning.
Yeah.
That's also a win, but it would take a lot longer probably. If you start relying on your h and g pawns to win the game, you're gonna sort of like end up in quite tedious territory.
So it looks like he's about to finish that
So
game off,
he's
doesn't
about
it?
to finish that game. It's funny how these games end so quick. Let's have a quick game. Look at the Shreyas game again, because the Shreyas game, we said, I think, to be honest with you, Ollie played a little bit too passively in this game. We didn't really like the approach that he took.
But I think this is actually kind of theoretical idea for black to play this
He
way.
has won the game, by the way. Yeah, b3 though is a great move. Just crushing that knight. I hate it when my opponents play me like b3 with that knight and b6. Suddenly, he wants to go to c4. He's just killed that idea. Yeah, it just feels so depressing, right? I probably would resign here. It would be one of my early resignation games. But
I don't know.
the less said about that, the better.
I mean, black can just try and. I guess you have to wait around, don't you, and make sure
Yeah.
that when white does break, that you're ready for it.
You got to fiddle around. Yeah.
It's just a bit of a difficult position to play as black.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
was
with you.
slightly
I
worse.
agree with you. I mean, let's just check the engine analysis. 'Cause maybe the engine found something earlier that was kind of interesting for black, or maybe would have given him better chances. Yeah, it doesn't hate it.
Thinks he's okay. But
It
it's just,
wanted to trade. Oh, it loved h4.
yeah, I
Well, what's
mean,
the idea after g4? Because it feels like g4 you're making progress. So now you go here, and after this, say you go check, you come back. Let's say I do the same sort of things. What's the difference? Oh,
maybe the h3 pawn's a
exactly,
target. Isn't it?
yeah. So it's actually quite important to play this move h4, even though it looks like it's actually helping white because you go g4, f5. It's an interesting counterintuitive idea that you should try h4 because, like, you've got this set up with the rook on h6, but you're making no sense of it. You know, like, what are you doing with this pawn h5 if you're not going to go h4?
I
You've
mean,
got to play positively.
Yeah, the rook on h6 looks a bit funny at the moment, doesn't it? With
Oh, king d7 was the blooper. So apparently this is still okay.
he just needs to get his other rook back in the game, doesn't he?
Yeah, even taking a rook d7, you'd have good chances, but he's gone king d7, which is way too passive, and after rook b2, the game is effectively over. So I think Ollie, just too passive in this game. He just played too defensively. Don't like the way he played. Needs to see more. There's a few people who get like, I think Super Tit, even though he probably loses this game, gets a good score for this round.
He did well. He played quite a good game. I mean, do you want to just look at the end of that game?
Absolutely.
It looks
yeah.
like it's nearly over, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Then we can finally go down the pub. What we wanted to do for the last 3 hours, right? Get some food. We're like prisoners in this commentary room. They won't let us out until it's all finished. No, we're kidding. We love it really. We love it really. Oh wow.
So black tried bishop b6 then after d7.
The rook f3, there's knight b5 and knight d6. It's not the only way to win. I think in a position like this is like several ways to win. You could also put the knight on e4. You put the knight on d5. You know, it's not very difficult to win this position.
Yeah, because the G pawn's weak as well as the threat of queening.
Yeah, he's also way up on the clock as well, Yugov, and but he's very professional. You see him at there. He's not looking annoyed about the fact that he's still trying to calculate the variations.
He's still trying to be precise, isn't he?
Exactly, he's going through the process because you know at some point, okay, this game you could probably not go through the process and win the game, but it's important to be consistent. You know, you could probably not go through the process and win from this position, I should say. But, you know, at some point it slips you up. And I think that's one of the differences, you know, I notice, you know, with someone like Michael Adams is very consistent. Whereas lower rated players like myself, we often make blunders because we're not as consistent and we kind of, does that make sense?
You just got to stay focused.
You got to stay focused.
Yeah, so it looked like rook f8 was played by black. But presumably knight a4 is just very strong now. The knight's coming into c5. And I think after knight a4, it's not that clear what black's going to play. So I just want to put that on the board.
Yeah, put it on the board, man. I'll bring you in a mouse tomorrow. I'll buy
Yeah,
you a
if-
mouse in a computer shop.
Thanks. Yeah, this is just strong, isn't it? And then the knight's coming into the c5 square. If you move the bishop away somewhere, rook d4, and the g pawn's dropping.
Is that what he's played?
I don't think he's played anything yet. I just played it just now.
Oh, he has got knight a4. Yeah, well spotted.
So it
It
looks
wasn't
like
the
it's-
only way to win, but good enough. Oh, so yeah, you're kicking the bishop away. The bishop can't go to a7 because you queen the pawn. Very important. Very simple chess. Viktor Yugov is possibly the best endgame player I think we've ever had in this country, other than maybe the great Keith Arkle.
Do you think he's better than Michael Adams?
Yeah, Michael Adams also another very good endgame player. And John Spielman, when I typed this question into Grok, who the best endgame player is, he came up with John Spielman, which I think is a good shout. But I think Viktor Yugov is a very good technical player. So yeah, if you go bishop c5, what was your idea again? Bishop a5, sorry.
Well, I thought rook d4 maybe.
D4.
And just win the G.
Maybe
You could
even
win.
that move wins as well.
It might do. Yeah, yeah, it probably does win.
Yeah,
Black
probably.
black can take the rook, but
I like this. I like this this idea of taking on g4, and
yeah, then you're 3 pawns up, aren't you?
yeah, I mean we don't need the analysis bar or the analysis here. Right? You know, we're in trouble if we need to check the computer evaluation in this position, right? It's not a good sign.
So does Super Tip play onto checkmate as well?
It seems so. Maybe it's new company policy. Just play on every game forever.
That's probably how you become really strong if you play to checkmate when you're a junior.
Yeah,
Then-
yeah. And again, I think it's going through the discipline process of not just throwing your toys out of pram. There's so many players who also withdraw when they're doing badly in tournaments, which I think is a very bad thing to do. Have you ever withdrawn from a tournament?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the tournaments take quite a long time, don't they? So if you've got limited holiday time, for example, you might just prioritize the tournaments which are going well. If you're a norm seeker or
Yeah.
you want to save your holidays for
Yeah.
another event.
But I think in general, you have to have a consistent attitude, and you have to stay disciplined, and you have to keep calculating the variations. I think there's something that I've lacked at times that, sometimes I get impulsive and I just play the first move that comes to my head. So, recently I've started trying to sit on my hands and just try to enjoy when you got a winning position or when you got a good position rather than rushing it.
Sure. This isn't the latest position though. Can we refresh the
Yeah,
page?
sure, yeah.
But I think it's more or less over now, isn't it? Yeah, so king h6 to avoid the forks. It's been a good game though. I think a good experience for Super Tit playing against a world-class GM.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you know, it's not going to lose many rating points for this game, is he? I mean, how many points would he drop? I mean, he's 400 points.
0.8, is it?
0.8, right?
Well,
So
our juniors, they might have a higher K factor.
yeah, yeah. So it might be 40. So in that case, it would be what's my maths like? 3.2. What do you think about English chess ratings as well? You know, we have two different rating lists.
I'm not quite sure how they worked out, but I think the English chess ratings are better than the FIDE ones.
Oh, you think they're better?
They tend to be slightly more realistic, I find. I mean, they're based on more games and they're not as deflationary as well, as FIDE ratings tend to be quite deflationary. So the players that play less tend to have higher ratings.
Yeah.
But with the ECF, it tends to be more accurate.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, you're not sure because you've got a low ECF rating, is that right? What's your ECF rating?
No. I mean, I understand the arguments. My ECF rating is around about 2482. But I did actually send off a couple of tournaments that I played abroad recently. Because when you play tournaments abroad, you have to tell the ECF that about a week in advance that you're playing those tournaments, and then they're supposed to rate them.
Okay.
Which is, to me, that's too awkward a process. So I think the whole thing about having two separate rating lists, Vit Yugov's one, by the way.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Vit Yugov. Good luck for Super Tit in the rest of his game. I'm sure he will bounce back. But yeah, I think it's too confusing to have. Ideally, you just have one rating list, right?
But I think the ECF one's quite good because it captures a lot of the games which are not FIDE rated.
Yeah,
So at
yeah,
least
of
they count for
course.
something.
But then again, I do also think that some people they'll play a lot of local league matches, and that's often quite an easy way to boost your rating by beating a lot of weaker local league players. So that there is an argument for that. I think all games should be FIDE rated, and I don't think we put enough effort into FIDE rating games. But also, it's interesting English. You know, the English chess rating, you know, we recently had a World Rapid and Blitz, right? I think you took part in that. You were telling me about that recently.
Yeah, that's quite good.
But it doesn't seem like they were even rated for English ratings, which is very strange.
Okay.
That's very weird.
But I think in some ways it's quite good to have FIDE ratings for the main events and English ratings for, say, league games, because you might play a league game at the end of the day if you're working all day. You don't necessarily want to lose your FIDE rating points, but you still want to play chess. So I think there's definitely a good argument to not FIDE rate all of the games.
But ideally, you just have the same rating list. I mean, you know, in my opinion, to have two rating lists is weird. And that's just my opinion. But it generally tends to be the case that FIDE ratings are more considered by organisers. You know, however high your English chess rating is, a foreign organiser, if you ask them for conditions, they're not going to consider your English chess rating. They will consider your FIDE, but they don't care about your English rating. So from a point of view of significance, certainly the FIDE rating system is far more important. And the reason why they don't rate every game as a FIDE rated game, this tournament is FIDE rated, obviously, because they've got official arbiters. But a lot of the time, because we don't have FIDE arbiters in local league matches, you need to have a FIDE arbiter present. And there's a lot of leagues that don't like having FIDE rated games as well. They will vote against that because they're dinosaurs and they're stuck in the past, and they go, we don't want to have FIDE rated games.
I think we're going on a bit of a tangent here.
That's what I'm all about. I love tangents, right?
But anyway, it was an exciting game anyway. It's an exciting round of chess, wasn't it?
Exciting round. I mean, we enjoyed that. What was the highlight for you, Nick, in that round?
Trying to think. I mean, there was a few draws. I don't remember any complete upsets. A few people dropped draws.
Sorry?
Lanyao lost. I don't think we
Oh,
covered that
Lanyao
game.
lost. Oh, sorry for Lanyao, but Lanyao. Should we show that game maybe very briefly, or if we got time?
I think the top three all looked very good, didn't they? The top three players.
Yeah, the highlight for me, I would say, was Gawain's performance, because he was playing against who David Howe described, his old rival David Howe described on the BBC TV show Chess Masters: The Endgame as the most feared chess player in England, Bodhana Sivanandan. but he didn't make her look that fit. Oh, by the way, we didn't also mention people like Mark Hebden, who also played the event. Mark Hebden winning the British would be possibly the crowd's favourite. Would you say that would just be a phenomenal?
I think a lot of the sort of old style chess players would be delighted if Mark won.
Yeah,
That would be quite a big upset given the field that we've got here.
I
But,
think so. David Eggleston, I think, also won his game as well. So well done to David. Northeast finest, Newcastle's finest. Let's just quickly have a look at the Andrew Ledger as well. That's a good win for Andrew. Where was the? Let's quickly have a look at the Yan. Apparently, she's losing or she's lost. Against what's the analysis? Yeah, so apparently she lost this game, right?
Oh.
It's still going, apparently.
is it still going?
But she does look in big trouble.
You still got to finish off the job, though, don't you?
But that's quite a big upset because he's only 2,000. So what went wrong in this game for Lan Yao? Let's have a quick look at the game.
Yeah, this opening is getting more popular these days. This
Yeah.
B5 idea, sacrifice the pawn. It's
It's
quite a good
quite a
one.
good line, isn't it? Yeah, I've had a lot of problems with it as why. I do play this line. Apparently this position is quite good. She shouldn't go knight d5. Just development. You know, actually, there's another thing I'm writing about in my book I keep boring everyone to death with, about statistics. And I talk about how you shouldn't move a piece more than once in the opening. And even experienced players do this. You should be more efficient with your development. Bishop e7 is more efficient with your development. The knight's already on a good square. It's controlling d3, it's controlling d5. So you moved it again, so that'd be a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to just try and develop very quickly, don't you?
But actually, our position still became okay. That was a mistake as well. Casting queenside is a bit risky, though. I don't really understand why she didn't. Like, practically speaking, you're never gonna have any problems here.
She probably just thought it was quite a level position, although there's still play for both sides here. Yeah, it's a bit of a risky decision to cast the queen side.
Yeah, I think practically I would never do that because I just feel like your king looks far more exposed. I guess he's thinking like double-edged. He's going to break it open with f6 or g5, which is understandable as well. But obviously, he must have misplayed it later.
What happened there was a piece sacrifice.
Yeah.
She must have missed the piece sacrifice.
Oh, okay. Which actually is double-edged according to the engine. And rook f5 is a shocker. So apparently knight d5 with the idea of taking on g7 and then taking back.
You got knight c3 ideas.
You got knight c3 ideas. But why was rook f5 quite so bad? Because it still doesn't look that bad. So you must have misjudged this. Knight d5, queen h6. And when you take here, oh, there's a rook e6. Oh, maybe that's what she missed, right? Yeah, but to be fair, like, even that move is better for white, right? Queen g3, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. I'm not familiar with Michael Ashworth as a player, I must admit. It's not really somebody I've heard of.
I think his mum's watching it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I was about to slag him off, but no, I'm going to take it all back now. He's a wonderful player, one of the top talents in English chess. Yeah. I do have to be careful what I say in the commentary. But, yeah, no. I didn't realise a junior player. Because there is a conservative politician called Michael Ashworth, or maybe I'm getting mixed up. Sorry, I'm getting myself more and more into deeper waters.
Yeah, at this stage, he's definitely in control.
This looks good.
But has he actually won yet, though?
No, probably not, no.
You still got to make sure that you don't
I don't
blunder.
think this is delayed.
I don't think it's on delay.
A5's a big threat.
A5, and then obviously threatening to checkmate on B8.
I think a lot of these players are, struggling under the pressure of playing the British Championships. And we saw that today with Bodhana.
Did Lanyao recently become an IM, or was it an IM norm she achieved? I think she did something
I
quite
think
good
she
recently.
got IM. I think
She got the
she's got
title.
IM now. Yeah, possibly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
Let me
she's
Google
quite a
her
strong
rating,
player.
her live rating.
I think she recently did well in a tournament. Maybe it was the same one Patana
Yeah,
played in. I'm not sure.
yeah.
I think she did well recently. This will be a good win for Michael then.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And then he could, of course, play someone even higher rated in the next round. So that would,
Yeah,
you know.
just has to finish it off now.
Okay, so I think possibly we might wrap up the commentary now. We've done 4.5 hours with one break. I'm a machine, you know, and Nick is as well, of course.
You sent loads of people to sleep.
Yeah, I've sent. Yeah, I'm a, you know, what do you call it? Somnambulist or. Yeah, but now I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully tomorrow is going to be just as exciting, if not more so, because you're probably going to get even more like closer clashes on rating, right? It's not accelerated this tournament, is it?
But I think it's not accelerated. I think there should be some quite good matches tomorrow because already there were strong players in the bottom half, even in the first rounds.
Just one other thing, like I know we talked about who might win it, but who do you think might get like a norm, like GM norm, IM norm sort of thing? Who would you bet on to potentially get a norm?
Well, for the GM norms, I guess you just look at the top IMs. Brandon Clark. Trying to think who the other top IMs are.
What, Marcus?
Marcus,
I
yeah,
think
maybe
Marcus.
Yeah, he
as
could
as
do.
I've tipped Marcus to win it, obviously I'm going to say he's going to get a GM norm, right?
Yeah, he might do. He's
I
a
think
strong player.
even if he doesn't win, I think he's got a good chance of getting a GM norm. And I think Brandon, and I think maybe there's one or two people like Peter Robeson's possibly got a chance. He did only draw today. So that, and also, what about IM norms? Is anyone in particular you think might get an IM norm, like as a lower rated player?
I don't know. I'd have to look through the list to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah. We're not that well researched. Okay,
Yeah.
well, thanks a lot anyway.
Okay.
Everyone who watched the broadcast, everybody who was watching in their auditorium as well. It's been brilliant, fantastic. And yeah, look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Hopefully we've got good viewing numbers. We'll check the viewing numbers later. And that's been great. And again, thanks Nick Pert.
No, thanks.